The following is a presentation of The Day.
It's the final week of October, and that means championship week in the ECC. Starting us off, the ECC Girls Soccer Finals, live at Griswold High School. And as the bright sun sets behind the field here, we're ready to kick things off with the number 1 Montville High School Wolves and the number 2 Lyman Memorial Bulldogs. A rematch from last year's championship, the two best teams in Division II girls soccer, and all the action is live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for game day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to for top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. So enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Why don't you schedule your appointment today at Waterford Dental Health? Your smile is our top priority. Visit us online or call to book now. Also, Game Day is brought to you by Philomena's. It's always game day at Philomena's, southeastern Connecticut's go-to for destination events, fine food, and great atmosphere. Great menu, great venue. Philomena's provides the premier atmosphere for viewing all your college and pro football. So stop in, see Mike, Sarah, or the gang down at Philomena's, and check out the 3 private dining areas, the new bar, the new menu. Reserve your table now. It's everyone's family at Philomena's. Casey O'Neill, along with the coach, Colin Delaney, and, deja vu all over again, Colin. We're here a year later. Same bat time, same bat channel, and the team's the same, but maybe a little bit different approach coming into this game than what we had a year ago.
Yeah, super excited for this matchup. Two teams which have become like perennial, powerhouses in Division III, Division IV in the ECC. Last year, Lyman, the favorite going in, 3-0 win over Montville. This year, the tables have turned. Montville is now the favorite going into this game with 7 seniors and an incredible run this season in general. So really looking forward to this matchup this afternoon.
Earlier this season, Montville did defeat Lyman 5-3. But even though they might be the number 1 seed and the favorite and have beaten Lyman, when you bring Phoebe Carpenter, when you bring, Emily McKelvey and Haley Cardinale and the girls who have won it, it's always that little bit of extra sort of, one team has won it before, the other hasn't with this group. So Montville might be the favorite, and they might have even won that game earlier. But I definitely think Lyman isn't coming in here feeling like, they're the underdog. I think they feel this is their title to defend.
Well, in that 5-3 game too, Casey, speaking to the coaches and seeing that game, that was a game where Coach Morella was licking some wounds. They had some players that were out. Their number 1 goalkeeper was not in, in Phoebe Carpenter, and so they actually had an attacking player in the goal. And despite that, actually scored 3 goals late in the game in 15 minutes. So by no means do they feel like they're an underdog, but on paper, I think Montville has a slight edge.
Montville is a small roster, only 14 active girls on the Wolves roster, but it's a senior-laden team.
Yeah, 7 seniors this year. They lost 1 senior last year, and the Cook player there. This year they have 7 seniors, and really it's a situation where they're trying to maximize on their veteran presence despite their low roster numbers.
Montville is the home team. They're in the black and orange, moving right to left on your screen. Lyman in the white and blue. They'll be moving left to right. And, as is the case with most teams that reach the championship game, you can look to the keeper and the defense and know that they are playing together as a unit because you can't make the championship game otherwise.
No, it's a full package. At this point, it's about the 11 players in the field and how strong your defense is. Defense, to be cliche, wins championships. You don't want to win games 6-5, right? It's those 3-0, 3-1, 2-3 kind of games. And certainly Montville's had their fair share of those games this season. You're looking at their overall situation. They've had a lot of 1 and 2 goal wins as well as some blowouts. So certainly they are prepared to, face the test that Lyman provides. I think really the key for Lyman this year in this game is going to be how productive McKelvey can be, number 21. She is probably a top 5 player in the conference alone, not just in Division III, Division IV. 26 goals on the season, someone that they depend heavily on. While Montville knows that she's that player, so can they key in on her and prevent that attack?
Coming down the stretch, the ECC during the regular season, right? So you had a rule change throughout the course of the year. The rules adapt. So now we're into the playoffs and the postseason. These games are going to become tighter. You're going to be looking at overtime. You're going to be looking at PKs. It felt like more games over the past few years, more games than ever have gone to penalty kicks. It's obviously very exciting, and the keeper coming out of the goal to become one of the penalty kick takers is now. It went from being kind of cool to now being so in fashion. We're regularly seeing it on both sides, the boys and girls side, that the keeper is generally a good enough striker of the ball that they end up taking a PK as well.
Well, I think there's certain situations, Casey, where years ago goalkeepers were purely shot stoppers, but now they've really become a player that you can trust to play back to their feet, and that's important, especially if you want to play at the next level.
Here's a good opportunity for Lyman. The first shot, and a goal! Lyman jumps on top. 1-0.
I think that was McKelvey.
I believe that was McKelvey. When in doubt, guess Emily McKelvey on the goal. You have a real good chance of being right. 26 times this year, you would have been right if you said McKelvey. So McKelvey gets credit for the first goal of the game. And I'm going to apologize to our viewers. You're seeing what I'm seeing, which is it's very, very difficult looking into this sun right now to be able to identify people quickly. But you saw there, and that goal puts, I think, Montville on their heels early. Now we'll find out how that senior group comes together because, again, you're the favorite, a team that beat you last year, and they jump out with an easy goal on a sort of a mistake ball that goes through to McKelvey.
Well, Montville plays a very high line defensive. You look at them right now, the ball is not even down the 30-yard line yet, and they're playing even with the midfield. So that flat four, very, very high line, can be super effective. With someone like McKelvey with those kinds of wheels, that could be problematic. McKelvey is a 100-meter state champion. I mean, she's got some wheels. 100 meters, state champion, 100 hurdles. So she's someone who can fly. Now with the ball at her foot, she's super dangerous. So that high line is great for Montville to stop the initial attack, but if you can't stop McKelvey, she's gone.
And that's an absolute strategy to employ, right? Through balls to someone who can run like that puts the keeper in a very difficult spot about whether or not they can come off their line and get there. Because if you don't get to the ball before she does, you're pretty much cooked. So it's a very challenging. So it makes the keeper have to match the line. They're playing so high, the keeper has to match that a little bit, and that also leaves the keeper open for those balls over their head.
Well, you see Sienna Gressley right now. She's sitting outside the 18, so she's stepping high just for that reason. She knows that if a ball gets played through, she has to be that kind of sweeper keeper, right? So they play a flat four. No one's sitting back like some teams do with that deep sweeper. So she kind of becomes that sweeper keeper. She did a great job coming off her line and cut off that angle, but ultimately, McKelvey put that ball away despite, Sienna coming off her line. So almost an unsavable ball and placed nicely in that far post.
Montville working through the middle of the field now. Rush in the corner, and looked like would have been a kind of a pseudo shot on goal, one of those in-between balls, maybe a cross, maybe a shot. One thing we've seen this year, I think, more than ever before, and we talk about it, it's in the grade 8, in week 1 we saw someone with a 40-yard laser, and we're like, wow. And then every week there's just 3 and 4 submissions of these 30 and 40-yard lasers, not to mention the 40 and 50-yard rainbows over the top of the keepers. So now, when we first started doing these games, Colin, you and I could relax like 30 to 30, right? If the ball was in between the 30s, I kind of did not. You can't relax anymore. Shots come from the craziest angles we've ever seen. They come from farther out than we've ever seen. Impossible sideline shots. Kids are so now strong and skilled and adept at putting shots onto the frame. It's like incredibly. I don't know. The evolution of offense, where and what kids can do, it's just never ending.
Yeah, I think it's a mix, right? So I think it's coaching. I think it's also athletes realizing that if it's the same thing over and over again, it's easy to defend. So can we bring the balls out wide? Can we shoot from distance? Can we shoot from close? It just keeps the defense on their heels and provides more opportunities. So, if you have daylight 20, 30, 40 yards out and you got a foot, you give it a shot. And then once again, also depending on the wind and depending on the sun. Today, both keepers are in a pretty good spot because in Griswold, the sun's on the far side there. But you're right, absolutely right. It's evolution's a great word. The evolution of soccer and the approach to the attack has definitely changed over the years.
So here you see Phoebe Carpenter coming out of net to take the kick for Lyman, and she's going to do that because she's got an attacker's mentality from the keeper position. Here's another chance for Lyman, and running on was Noasad, but she couldn't really make good contact there, so Gressley cleans it up, and Montville will look to transition. Talk a little bit about the different ways that you see the transitioning out of the goal now, even at the, I don't want to say even at this level, but at all levels of soccer, the earlier they start with transitioning and turning the keeper into a part of the offense, the better. Talk a little bit about what we can expect to see from the keepers today.
Well, I think you've seen that evolution change probably in the last 20 years, right? I think back to like Anthony Accolini at Montville. He was a player that we always would play back to and trust his feet. He was a player that would take penalty kicks for us as well. He was actually our fifth penalty taker, out of 5. And that wasn't always the case going back prior to that because they were just, once again, shot stoppers. Guys who could knock the ball long, guys that could just throw the ball and save the ball. But you're seeing more and more skill of that. I've seen at the college level, even at the professional level. If you can put a ball away consistently, it's your best 5. I don't care what position you are on the field. And that definitely has changed over the years.
Carpenter comes out, cleans it up, and Lyman will transition out of their end. She's going to send people along and use the big boot here, it looks like.
And that's become, that's like a 5-tool player, right? You don't want to keep her just to save balls, but you need to be able to trust them as an 11th field player. Once again, you pass it back to them, they can't pick it up with their hands. But certainly if you trust them to play with their feet, they could become that extra attacker. So, for example, playing back to Sienna Gressley right now. So she's going to play with their feet, she's going to distribute wide, and then off we go. What I see right now, actually, a difference between Montville and Lyman is Montville looks to play that ball wide immediately. They're attacking the flanks, trying to attack the end line, and whip the ball across. Lyman is very much down the spine, middle of the field, looking for those through balls, looking for McKelvey, looking for players to run onto it. So kind of two different styles. And Montville playing in a 4-3-3, whereas, Lyman more of a 4-4-2 with a sweeper. I think you're going to see, that style be contrasting throughout the game. So it should be interesting to see if they can defend each other's styles from those two different perspectives.
Going back to the evolution of the keeper, it was 25 years ago. It was not uncommon to see the keeper never use their feet other than the occasional punting of the ball away. Goal kicks were often taken by other players while the keeper remained in net. Now it is unusual to not see the keeper not only taking those kicks, but taking other kicks and transitioning using their feet. So you're right. And then when you have players that almost look like they could be playing anywhere. They're these incredible athletes in goal that could be playing anywhere on the soccer field, and then they get to do all kinds of things. You see them throw, that you see them pass, you see them use their feet. It's really become. I found that the keeper position is fascinating to me. The different ways that people are successful in that position in the modern game.
Well, it harkens back to, your days in goal. I mean, you were the guy they trusted, I'm sure. Play back to Casey's feet. I just hear the coaches yelling that. Play to O'Neill's feet, He's the guy, right? I mean, am I wrong?
Well, I was a midfielder before I found my way into goal by accident. So, yeah, for me it was my arm. I like to throw it because I had an accurate ability to throw it. And playing it to my feet was mostly in an effort to keep me active from falling asleep in goal because I was very, very bored back there so much of the time. A credit to my great New London teams. And speaking of great New London teams, we'll tease tomorrow night's action. The boys' final at Ledyard will feature the first time since 1977 that a New London boys soccer team is the top of their division and the number 1 seed, which is, I think, just beautiful. So. And we're going to see one of the truly dynamic boys players in Nico Churis.
Yeah, and once again, we'll talk more about tomorrow. I had the pleasure of coaching Nico at the club level. Super talented player, good with both feet, crafty, super high soccer IQ. And that team in general just plays a really crafty, quick, style of soccer. So, I mean, they're a great team. Montville coming off, that win last year. So it should be a great game tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Two very differing styles of soccer.
In the early going here, Lyman with a 1-0 lead on a goal from Emily McKelvey. Montville, the number 1 seed, has pretty much kept it in the middle of the field. It's other than that one McKelvey goal, Lyman hasn't mounted much of a threat. Montville has had more looks, but nothing really on frame yet. Carpenter hasn't yet been challenged. Montville, as you said, attacking the flanks, kind of probing. We'll see if they, I always like when a team does the thing that's different, right? So in football, you throw the out pattern 5 times so that on the 6th time you can do an out and up. Same thing here. I'll be interested to see when one of the teams switches in the midst of an offensive set, when they feel it's time to move away from that thing and try to catch the defense. We saw it already, right, with McKelvey. So Montville realized right off the rip. So you said Montville likes to play it to the flank. I think part of their avoidance of the middle of the field isn't only their strategy or their shape, but also knowing that the middle of the field is where McKelvey patrols. So it's like double edged. We should play it outside, not only because we're more comfortable out there, but because it just keeps it away from her. And as soon as it went and they made the mistake of putting it into the middle of the field, she was there.
Yeah, and Montville plays a very possession-style attack. Going back to the days of Coach Delaney, Allison Delaney, worked with Coach Parody back in the day, and they developed that kind of possession-style attack over the years. Coach Parry's done a great job on her end, continuing that tradition and that possession style of attack, and they're comfortable with the ball at their feet. I think you're going to see over time them mix the attack. I mean, obviously, it's death by 1,000 paper cuts if you're possessing it, but you don't get points for possession. So I think they're going to have to look to play that ball wide, but try to find those holes in the back end, and then maybe occasionally play a little bit more direct. If they mix that a bit, you're going to see that catch Lyman off balance, because I think top to bottom, possession-wise, Montville's held that more than Lyman, but Lyman's just super dangerous on the counterattack.
Montville definitely looking a little sharper here now, getting rid of the ball, moving it side to side in those different angles, kind of keeping their spacing in much better shape than it was earlier. I feel like they were maybe a little flat earlier, a little too linear, if that's a term.
Yeah, we'll go with that case. I think from this standpoint, Montville, it's tough to beat a team 3 times, right? And they beat him twice, fairly handedly, 3-0 in the first match early and then 5-3 in the second match. So I think, it's tough kind of getting your feet together. And I think there's a lot of parity, not coach parity, but a lot of parity in soccer in general. So, they're both here for a reason. And, we're seeing a good brand of soccer, but I think you're going to see Montville find their feet underneath them and be a little bit more dangerous as we go forward here.
Well, Montville has some great athletes on the field, and skills are certainly not in short supply. Carpenter comes off and gets there first. Nice through ball from Nicole Hudson. But before anything real dangerous could happen and before Kondash could get to it, Carpenter comes off her line and cleans it up.
And Carpenter is a seasoned veteran. Carpenter is a all-conference player. She is, a leader back there from a goal-stopping standpoint.
And there goes McKelvey. McKelvey in dangerous spot, left foot, and a nice save made by Gressley.
As a goal-stopping standpoint, but at the same time, she's 11 shutouts in the season. That doesn't happen by accident. So she's going to be someone that they need to break down and find a good ball to create some opportunities.
Corner kick, far side, will be taken by Vol. Montville choosing to guard both posts. Vol, right foot, low spinner, right into the hands of Gressley.
I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of Mike DeMoro's favorite terms. That was an in-swinger, Casey?
An in-swinger.
An in-swinger. Yep.
Mike DeMoro, who is currently watching us right now. Hi, Mike. I'm sure I'll get a text from him momentarily with whatever he wants you to say for this year's, because, he's still talking about the Cruyff kick.
Yeah, so, Mike and I talked on his birthday, via text, a while back, and, told him, hey, Mike, have a drink for me and don't forget to mix in a Cruyff turn. And Mike, in due diligence, responded positively to that comment, and he's a big Cruyff guy. He's a big in-swinger, out-swinger guy. Mike has become a soccer guy.
That was all you. You did that.
Mike, being the big Italy fan that he is, would frequently text me when Italy plays with a lot of emojis that are not conducive to this broadcast.
Cannoli, a little slice of pizza. Throw in Lyman. So both teams have upped the attack a little bit in the last few minutes as we're almost halfway through the first half. Lyman on top 1-0 with a goal from junior sensation Emily McKelvey.
Backline of Montville being kind of anchored by veteran Maddie O'Donnell, another first-team player, and certainly someone that is a big part of Montville's success in that back end for sure.
Chance for the Wolves, but Carpenter calmly down to the ground. Carpenter with the kick.
And we talk a lot about McKelvey, but you look at Montville's side of things too. They've got some pretty prolific goal scorers as well. The likes of Ali Kondash, the likes of Nicole Hudson, or Huddy as they call her. So they have some players. And Montville doesn't really have one. They've got like that 3 or 4-headed monster, Jada Chung, who's just a speedy super athlete on the attack as well.
Dangerous position and just missing in front. Mackenzie O'Donnell had it.
Twin sister Maddie O'Donnell, right? Two different kinds of players. Mackenzie on the attack, Maddie the steady force in the back.
You talk about Jada Chung. I mean, that she's been active in, it feels like she's been playing, Montville sports for 14 years. That's just because she's letters in everything at all times. And Kondash has come a long way and is, like you said, a prolific scorer. Hudson had that chance there. So Montville doesn't have the one person to rely on. They have multiples. That's a nice ball. And right now, they're just quite not there. Koning had that one on the frame. She has it again. Nice centering ball there from Koning. And a nice little flick onto the goal from Kondash. And so now Montville's starting to find a little more offensive rhythm.
Yeah, that's that east-to-west movement I was talking about before, right? So they're moving that ball, lateral across the field, trying to find those holes, slotting balls in. Good ball there from Koning across the middle. Bring the ball outside, in-swingers, out-swingers. So a lot of good movement across the field. And once again, that's Montville so comfortable with the ball at their feet, they're going to find those holes as they go forward. Whereas, Lyman can possess the ball well, don't get me wrong, but they definitely look for that through ball, to the likes of McKelvey on the attack. A little bit more one-dimensional, where Montville definitely has, a few more options on the attacking end.
So one of the things that we have begun doing in our football broadcasts is we call it Football 101. My mom, who watches everything we do, likes to remind me that she loves watching the kids and the sport, but she doesn't know a lot, so we do Football 101. So I think Soccer 101 is certainly something that we can do, and so I'm going to ask on occasion for an explanation of some of the terminology that we use and some of the things that people see, because I shouldn't assume, just like you've educated me and Mike DeMauro and the rest over the years, I don't want to assume that the folks at home will necessarily know what the terminology is. So, for example, when you say that Lyman likes to play it down the spine, talk a little bit about when they're seeing it, what it is that they're seeing.
Well, in general, right, your strongest players in soccer, generally speaking, are down the middle, down the spine. So you're talking about your center forward, your center midfield players, your holding, midfield, your center backs, right? Generally speaking. Sometimes your quicker players playing the flanks, or your outside players, outside mid, outside backs, because they got the wheels to get up and down quickly. So those players down the middle generally are more stronger because those are the ones that touch the ball the most, right? Moving that ball east to west, right, which would be kind of across the field, or north to south, kind of playing through those players. So that's kind of what I mean by down the spine. So those down the spine players typically are the more stronger players that have, the ability to kind of look both ways, check their shoulders.
In front, shot, and a goal! We're tied at 1. Carpenter had it, but Hudson put it strong enough to get it through the strong hands of Carpenter. Carpenter was in great position, and she got both hands on it. That's a shot she saves more often than not. That's a testament to the power of that shot, that it just overpowered Carpenter.
And that's a testament to Montville, right? They went down 1-0 early, and they didn't flinch, right? They continued playing their game. I talked to Coach Parody prior to the game. So we're going to play our game today, have some approaches to what they bring to the table to make those adjustments. But we're going to play our game today because it's done us well this season. And that was an example of it. Down the side, flank ball, whip it across, and then finish the near post. Great job by Carpenter, put herself in a good position, but just a great finish by likes of Hudson, or as they say, Huddy, affectionately, putting that ball away for the first goal for Montville, tying this game up 1 apiece.
Koning taps back to Cook. Montville playing on their flanks, like you say, they're comfortable with. And we'll have a throw here on the near side for Montville. Cook will throw it in.
Yeah, Montville plays very well in those tight spaces. A lot of combination play, and once again, combination play is just playing in triangles, right? Playing in with 2, 3, 4 players in tight spaces, 1-touch, 2-touch soccer, and then you move from there. So it's typically like short, long, getting back to like, Munchkin soccer days, right? Play a short pass, play a short pass, and then play a long pass to divvy it up. And Montville's very comfortable playing those balls in those tight spaces. Very unselfish.
Montville, definitely you could see their confidence and their momentum started to pick up at about the 22-minute mark, where they had 2 or 3 possessions in a row. But that goal absolutely has sort of rejuvenated them. I think despite 2 wins, right, it's a championship game. Last year they were shut out. So just getting a goal in the championship game is something this group needed to feel, and they did that. So now I think this, even though the game is 1-1, it really is 0-0 now, right? Like this, now we're all ready to go. The feeling out process is over.
Yeah, and that's in every sport, Casey, right? I don't care if you're talking baseball, World Series, Super Bowl, football. There's a time frame of where teams are trying to feel each other out, right? There's the butterflies. It's a big game. And Montville didn't come out as strong as Lyman did, and down 1-0. But now you can see the confidence building for Montville as they move the ball forward.
I mean, Kondash and Hudson right there just had – that's almost like – it's so beautiful to watch. To me, that's soccer poetry. They just toyed with the spacing and the defenders, kind of keeping them right where they wanted. And every time the defender went to where they thought the ball was going to be, it was someplace else. That was really beautiful soccer.
Well, and it's experience, too, right? There's 7 seniors on the Montville team, so they're led by a lot of veteran experience. Last year they lost 1 senior. So in general, this is experience. And you watch as they move. Watch away from the ball, Casey. You see players move off the ball to get in those open positions. So soccer, they call it the beautiful game for a reason, right? So it's poetry in motion, and not to get cliche or corny, but really that's what it is. So if someone has the ball, who's moving off the ball to be the first option, second option, third option? And they do a great job of that, and that's why they can keep possession.
A little step-in interception from Vol. Montville has really controlled possession over the last 10 minutes as we're down to 15 minutes and change remaining here in the first half of a 1-1 game. I mean, I find beauty as I've gotten older and learned more about these sports. And, there's beauty in all of them. But I think for the average person, when you hear things like, soccer is boring, it's because all the average person can do is watch the ball. And if you just watch the ball, it can be boring because all they know is goals, right? So 1-1, it's the same thing in baseball when people say baseball is boring because all they're watching is, the ball being hit or not hit, and they don't see all the other things. Football is a little easier because on every play, people are smashing into each other, so it feels like, hey, on every play, there's some kind of collision or thing. When you learn to not watch the ball, when you learn to watch the spacing and the other players and where people are and where they go, you can see why it's a beautiful game, which is why soccer people can appreciate a 0-0 game as much as they can appreciate a 5-5 game.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Everyone loves goal scoring. Everyone loves points in games, home
Sure.
runs, whatever. So the scoring is exciting, right? Don't get me wrong. And any commissioner of any league wants to see more scoring. However, the soccer purists can appreciate it's like a pitcher's duel, right? They can appreciate that shutout
That's
going
right.
into the 9th inning. I think what people struggle with is, all right, well, it's 0-0. There's no winner. and that's where the points come in. 1 point for a tie, 3 points for a win. But, as you learn to watch the game more, you can appreciate, the nuances of the game and moving off the ball and the tactical part of it. It really is a chess game. And that's why we have converts like you and Mike.
Well, I truly am a convert, and I admit that I'm not voluntarily going and seeking out a soccer match on TV. I watch the World Cup. I watch the playoffs. I watch if I'm home and it's on, I watch because I watch whatever. I also watch, cricket if it's on. I still don't understand what I'm watching, but I watch it. I have become a true fan of high school and college soccer. Partly because of the investment in the kids that we've gotten to know through the years, but also because I recognize the journeys and the talents of some of these players. Sometimes the pros, they seem too unreal, right? They're ethereal. It's hard to imagine they were ever like. I can't imagine that Messi was ever a high school player. Like, it's like
right.
wasn't he born a god? So seeing these kids rise through, and then I'm sure for you, I mean, you had a number of successful college players. Seeing them turn into men and women at the college level and ascend, and you're like, I remember when they were just kids, and that's the part of these games that I really love is. Right now on the field is just 22 possibilities.
And honestly, it's really understanding. And as a former player and coach, I think you can probably appreciate it more than maybe the casual fan because it's a really taxing game, and it takes years to craft the skills these players have at this level. And it doesn't seem like much. Oh, it's just kickball. People say it's really not. It's so difficult to play and develop that strategy. And once again, I'm not knocking football, but it's a lot easier to make a soccer player with good size a football player than a football player, a soccer player.
Sure.
And that goes for probably baseball and basketball too, right? Those are very skill-based sports. Not that football isn't, don't get me wrong. I love football, but it's just different, right? It's just a different sport, and it takes years to develop the kind of skills these ladies have.
Little shot, not much behind it. Noah Saad had a defender on her hip, and Gressley cleaned it up. Well, I had this conversation with my son, and we had the conversation of, not so much what's harder, because we're past trying to figure out what's harder,
right.
But more like, what are the challenges of each sport? What is it that a soccer player can't appreciate about what football goes through? And what is it that a football player can't appreciate about what a soccer player goes through? And even my son was able to go, I don't know how they run all that time. Like, he watched his cousin, Gavin DeLucia, at Montville last year, and he said, you run non-stop. Like, how do you do that? Like, he's like, I get sprint and then I get 30 seconds to breathe. Like, how do you just move and then factor in the skills, right? But just from a pure cardio standpoint, what is it that they figured out the average midfielder covers in miles over the course of a soccer game? It's obscene.
Yeah, anywhere from probably on a low average, 3 to 5 miles, high average 5 to 8 miles, depending on the game and substitutions. But football from a skill position, I mean, quarterback is one of the most difficult positions in sports. I don't care what sport you're playing, just learning the game and the nuances of it. I mean, you control so much. Skilled players from that standpoint, wide receivers, cornerbacks. So there's definitely skill involved on both sides, but from a pure transition, it's much harder. There's a lot more time involved in developing touches on a ball and that foot skill at soccer than most sports get credit for.
Condash couldn't really get much on it. Had a chance to center it in the middle, but she couldn't really get a strong left foot. McKelvey comes out of the pack here for Lyman, and look at her go. McKelvey, oh, so skilled, puts it through to herself. Now it's a foot race, and beautifully done by Chung to get down there and stop McKelvey, but there she is. She beats the keeper, Gressley, to the ball, and Emily McKelvey has her second of the game. It's 2-1 Lyman.
McKelvey is so quick, and there's not too many players on the field. I think Chung being one of them that can track her down and stop that attack, but not for naught. She gets around that, gets the ball back, and puts a beautiful shot to the far post and putting Lyman up 2-1.
Game of inches, right? Chung busts her butt all the way down there to track McKelvey down, and she gets the stop, but she goes to the turf because she trips and falls. That puts Gressley, who had come off her line, in limbo, And McKelvey, being so talented, just turns, recognizes it immediately. And, I can't really minimize. That wasn't an easy shot. She just turned and hit a curling left footer, arced. That's like we talked about quarterback. That's like lofting the pass over the linebacker, dropping it in between the. That was a really skilled shot that she just put away. And she made it look incredibly easy.
That's a professional shot right there. I mean, those are the kind of shots we talked about before, right? That's not a shot that she just wished in a prayer. She meant to put that ball on the goal. She curled it in. That's a professional shot. That's a top-level shot. And, credit to Gressley coming out, try to cut off that angle. And actually, if you look at Montville, they had a defender in the goal. Did everything textbook, right? Keeper comes out, defensive player curls back in. They had everything covered. The problem is they forgot about one thing, McKelvey. She put that ball beautifully untouchable on that far post. And, talking to Coach Parody, they didn't want that one player to beat them today. But sometimes best laid plans, right? And McKelvey has definitely rose to the occasion today.
There are players in all sports, in all occasions, that can simply outdo what the defense can do. Like you said, Montville can do everything right, and McKelvey was just better. What she was able to do was a defense beater, and that's just going to happen on occasion. Montville needs to get back to what got them their goal in the first place, which they were starting to do again. They got to keep it out of the middle, get it on the flanks, like you said, and start working, one touches through their skill position players.
Well, to liken it back to some references that people who might watch the broadcast and not know a lot about soccer, NFL Sunday Countdown. Some people get mossed. They just got McKelvey'd.
That's real. Well said, Colin. That's exactly right. They just got McKelvey'd. Sometimes you just, sometimes you're the bear and sometimes you're not. Back to the thing. So people, I think people are starting to understand the skills, understanding the cardio and the fitness matched up with the skills. And then when you play it, you start to understand how physical it is as well. People see it as they don't think this is a contact sport until you're down there, until you see it and feel it and hear it, and you realize, there's physicality to this too. And we saw certainly last year, and that'll be is that on the goal?
Goal kick.
Goal kick. We saw it last year, for example, in state champions with East Lyme. Robbie Stoddard played soccer like a linebacker. Like if you don't think it's physical, just watch him play and you realize it's physical. We're talking about the things. I don't think, and my son brings this up again, I don't think anybody can appreciate how physical the line play in football is. When you're a lineman, on every play, you're going into a wrestling battle, into a hitting battle with another person. Do that 120 times in a game, and it beats you up, right? So the physicality can sometimes be the challenge. The cardio can sometimes be the challenge. We talked about in cross country, the difference between first place and fourth place sometimes is that little soreness in your ankle that just happens from wear and tear. So add that to the mix. What players have a little bit of soreness or are a little banged up. You mentioned Lyman was banged up the last time they played, right? Now they appear to be healthier. Nice ball but Carpenter's there. And that's where I don't think Montville can beat Carpenter with rebounds because she's so airtight that way. But the more balls they can put in front of her onto other people's feet, obviously, the better they are.
Well, I like how Montville's mixing their attack, though. So, yes, they're using the flanks, but sometimes it's a late delivery, sometimes it's an early delivery. So they're mixing their delivery. So that ball was played out wide and it was immediate service, right? They saw the players in the box. Versus you can attack the end line and play it negative. And what I mean by negative is play it behind you to oncoming players, right? And you're seeing a mix from Montville. So certainly Montville's got a lot of tools in the toolbox. This game is by no means over, and they have not taken the wind out of their sails despite that second goal from Lyman.
Hudson, right in the middle of the field, touched out wide. Hockdorfer puts that one up and wide. It'll be a goal kick for Lyman as we're down to 5 minutes and 45 seconds remaining. And what has been a very exciting and well-played first half, 2-1 Lyman. I was not expecting, quite frankly, with both teams healthy, I wasn't expecting a 5-4 game. I was really expecting this score to kind of be the final, but I could absolutely see this being a 4-3 kind of final because I think Montville has more goals in them based on what we're seeing right now. And I have a sneaking suspicion that there's a hat trick coming on the other side of things. That's just,
Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. I mean you're looking at two teams that both have experienced in these big games. Montville wants this desperately, so you're not going to see a lack of effort on Montville's side, and I think you're going to see from Coach Parity and Coach Beaupre at halftime, making the adjustments needed to make them even more, dangerous on the attacking end and a little bit more tidy on the defensive end.
Nice little run there. O'Donnell tries to get in the corner. She does. Left foot. She's going to try to get a center. She does. And a one-touch. What a gorgeous goal. Beautifully done. One touch. Unbelievable.
Really nifty move by Mackenzie O'Donnell. That if you didn't look at it close enough, she's that last defender. It's a little fake to her right. She kind of cuts it to her left, gets around her, cuts that ball negative across. Beautiful finish on the other end.
Gorgeous goal. Ties us at 2. I told you Montville wasn't done scoring. 2-2 with 4:45 remaining.
Montville's built for this. They really are. They're not going to let goals scored against affect their mentality. They've got a goal in mind. They just need to be mindful of McKelvey and just make sure that they continue to pepper, Phoebe Carpenter, because she is a class goalkeeper.
Hudson, McKenzie, Condash, they have been playing really beautiful one-touch games with each other. There's Hudson right on cue. Getting there is Condash. And the whistle. Condash, who has been so effective. The three of them, Condash, Hudson, and O'Donnell, have been fabulous together.
And you're seeing Montville kind of favor this left side. I think they like this side here. Maybe they found an area of strength in this left side and maybe a chink in the armor of Lyman on this right side for whatever reason. They've been pretty successful on this side, bringing the ball across the box.
Nice job in front, Lyman defender turning it off. A lot of traffic in front. Montville comes out with it. Hudson, and it's poked away from her. It'll be a Montville throw. Chung will come up and take the throw for Montville. They are definitely in attack mode with 3.5 minutes remaining in the first half. Chung onto the feet of Hudson, and Hudson loses it out of bounds. I know she wants that back.
Tell you what, though, Case, we haven't mentioned this too much. What a beautiful facility Griswold has created here.
Yeah.
It's a no-brainer to bring the ECC final here. I mean, just, one of the biggest fields in the conference, 120 yards long is a big field in soccer. It's the biggest you can be. It's roughly probably 65, 67 wide. 120 by 80 is a massive, EPL kind of field, Premier League kind of field. So full length here, beautiful turf, just great facility. Nice job by Steve Cravino and the Griswold Board of Ed to make this a possibility for these young athletes.
The only issue I have is the perfect sunset that is going to go down. We joked about the press boxes in the ECC that were built on the east side facing west. This is one of them, but it's not just this football, soccer, lacrosse facility. The softball and baseball fields over to the right, top shelf as well, all part of the Turf Lights project that came here that was able to build this absolutely beautiful facility. Griswold, being a small school, has one giant campus, middle school, high school. So it's a beautiful, it's a campus, and depending on where you're looking to be. And they've done a really great job of providing, like you said, great resources for the students of Griswold. And I'm glad the ECCs are here. Of course, tomorrow the boys' finals will be at Ledyard. And then Wednesday, Colin, you won't be there, but you'll be watching as Madison Canestrari and I give you the ECC volleyball finals live from New London High School.
How's retirement life, Case?
Yeah. Well, I got more jobs now than I had when I actually was a full-time employee. So, minute 40 remaining. We'll see if either team can mount one more strong attack as this game is tied at 2. Montville will have the throw on the far side. Of course, 7 o'clock tonight, you're going to want to join us for the Division I girls final between the Woodstock Academy Centaurs, the number 2 seed, and the Battling Bobcats, the defending state champions from Bacon Academy, the number 1 seed. We'll get to see University of Maine bound Audrey Palmer, fabulous keeper Liz Glover et al. With the Bacon Academy team rolls in to try to take a state championship and then turn it into an ECC championship the following year.
That should be a great game. Get two really, great attacking teams, hardworking teams. Seen them play both this year. Really some talent on that team for sure, on both teams.
43 seconds remaining. We have a whistle and a player down on the turf.
You had some inadvertent contact there and a little 50-50 ball.
Kondash went down hard, so I think we're going to see a sub come in for Kondash, and they're going to attend to her on the field. So while they attend to her, we're going to take a quick timeout, and we'll be back with the last 42 seconds. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com. At the end of today's game, you'll have the Philomenas player of the game. Game Day is brought to you by Philomenas. It's always game day at Philomenas, southeastern Connecticut's go-to destination for events, fine food, and great atmosphere. Offering an all-new brunch menu, wing and drink specials, and live music, Philomenas provides the premier atmosphere for viewing all of your college and pro football. Stop in and see Mike or Sarah sit at the brand-new bar, or reserve your party in one of 3 private dining areas. Everyone's family at Philomenas. You're also going to want to follow Game Day CT after the game for the Scient Top Play. Pave the way for your students' financial success with a MySci account from Scient Federal Credit Union. Open a high-yield MySci savings account today and help support a positive financial future for your student. Visit scientfcu.org to learn more. 42 seconds. Montville with a free kick from the 28 of the football field, so about 38, 40 yards away. This is probably the best offensive set. They're going to try to run, ball in front, knocked away and out of the pack. Lyman maintaining possession, well done. And a good job of shutting it off by Montville. Ziegler had it, was rushing with it. McKelvey just bodied up. That's going to roll over the end line. It's going to give Montville a goal kick as the clock ticks down, 12 seconds remaining. So we're going to be counting down here a little bit as the half is about to come to an end. And what an exciting 2-2 game we have had. Colin, your impressions of what you saw there in the first half.
Yeah, so I saw 2 very differing styles of attack. I mean, defensively, both pretty stout. 2 quality keepers in Gressley and Carpenter on both ends, but differing styles of attack. Montville playing the flanks, more, through balls and down the spine of the field for Lyman. And really, I think the difference is going to be the midfield. Lyman playing in that 4-4-2, Montville playing 4-3-3, so they have the extra attacker forward. It'd be very interesting to see what changes that might be made. Does, Lyman move one of those players back and maybe play more of a 4-2-3-1 in the next half? We'll have to see, but it's a very entertaining game nonetheless.
Well, it's pretty simple. 2 goals by Emily McKelvey for Lyman. On the other side of things, let's look at the tiebreaker right here on a beautiful little touch and volley. And putting it away from Montville was Kondash. When in doubt, call Kondash's name. Her and Hudson, they've been electric. Add O'Donnell into the mix, and those 3 have really been a key for Montville. So 2 for McKelvey, 2 for Montville. We're tied at 2. It's the ECC Division II Girls Championship game in soccer live from Griswold High School. We'll be back after this for second half action. You're watching Game Day live on theday.com.
It's time for Game Day's Grade 8 Plays of the Week. What a special year for New London soccer and the dynamic Nico Churis, the senior captain, with the amazing game-winning goal against St. Bernard's. First time since 1977, they are the number 1 seed. Whalers, a soccer school. At number 7, Marina Lewandowski, Stonington Field Hockey. Penalty stroke at overtime, rips it. They beat East Lyme in the final game of the season to clinch a regular season tie. It's backwards day in Griswold. Look at Carly Rubino, get it and save it, and Summer McLean, both backwards to save the ball. Wow. At number 5, Quinn Sumner of Killingly loves his man. I am Peyton Wallace. Get your feet down, Peyton. At number 4, Bacon Academy's Eddie Hegeman. First, he's going to show the wheels to get to the through ball, settle, stop on a dime, reverse left foot, slip it past the goalie. Bacon having a fabulous year. Remember Cam Dickinson's Olympico kick? Well, Maggie Dykes goes, how about a lefty Olympico? Look at Dykes squeak it in against Waterford. Can't make it up. At number 2, Noah Keenan, Montville Soccer. He's going to take the pass and head down into the corner. Perfect place for a cross, except Keenan with the impossible angle says, I got this for the goal. But at number 1, a candidate for Play of the Year, Jacob Schrage, Stonington football against Plainfield, and well, this is just stupid good. How many guys did he get to miss? Schrage. Wow, that is a great play. And those are your grade 8 plays of the week. Send us your best plays and maybe you can make next week's grade 8.
Dimitri's a young man. His sophomore now, was elected captain by his peers and coaching staff, and he's somebody that we've been leaning on here. While he's still a young person, he's a guy who the kids are drawn to.
Coach pulled me, Arian, Aiden, and Hector, some of the other seniors on this team, over to his house, and we had a dinner together. And he basically just told us that we were captains. In the moment, I felt honored to be, already honored to be such a big part of a Montville team. And then, honestly, hearing that I was a captain, I was so proud, I was so happy. As soon as I got home, I told my mom.
It was a little, maybe because I'm a little bit older, having a sophomore be a guy, at the head of the leadership council was not something I was, exactly prepared for, perhaps, but we asked a great deal of him as a freshman, and I think he's more than earned the opportunity to lead this team. Well, one of the things that I think is most impressive about Dimitri might be the way he interacts with the entire student body at Montville High School, because he's a young man who, while he stands out physically, he doesn't only associate with athletes or in his case, advanced placement students. He really, it seems like everybody in this building has a relationship with him, and that's, really special this day and age, I think, for a kid like him to be able to relate to so many different people.
I try to fit in with groups all over. I try to make friends with whoever I can, nice to everybody I can be. Honestly, just kind of be an upbeat, kind of happy person to everybody I encounter.
I felt, like perhaps I was taking too big of a risk by making him play as much as we did as a freshman, starting, on both sides of the ball as a 9th grader on the varsity, and him taking a lot of lumps. Like, he had a lot of mistakes and a lot of failure. But one of the things, as soon as I talked to him, at the end of that season, his ability to process adversity as a good thing for his development, and for him to not come in and just have instant, overwhelming success is how he's building this whole thing for us. He's a guy now who, because he endured what the rest of the roster endured, he's trying to bring them along each step.
Hopefully with practice this year and throughout the next couple of years, the young guys start learning, picking things up, and then throughout the next couple of years, maybe we can make it to a couple championships, with these young guys. We got a couple young guys with some talent. We got a couple young guys with some potential, so hopefully they can put it together. We can work hard throughout the couple summers and, make something happen.
He's a hard-working kid. I mean, at home, they own one of the largest farms, beef farms and everything in Connecticut, and he's working all the time.
I got 1,100 head dairy farm. We have 1,100 cows, and we try to manage that in the seasons that I'm not playing football or wrestling.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
My dad helps me a lot during in and out of football, like before school. It's always, you gotta go feed him. It's kind of always been a responsibility in my life.
I know him since he was a freshman here, and he came with the Wheeler bunch, and I couldn't expect a kid to work any harder.
When we kind of made the co-op, it was weird to me that I never saw these kids, I never knew them. We have a tight bond. It's kind of like like we'll walk into the school, like if we're playing another sport, like our track team, they run with Griswold, so whenever we see each other, it's always, hey, how's it going? It's always friendly.
You ever been like in the stands for a Wheeler Griswold basketball game?
Yeah.
Some of your teammates?
Yeah, I have. It's kind of weird. They always ask me who I'm rooting for before the games, and I always tell them whoever's winning. I mean, that's as easy as it is. So.
Well, he started last year, and he's captain this year, but he was what I used to call the swingman. He played almost every position in case somebody went down on the offensive line, and I used him on some defense. So he's been a good ball player. I'll tell you what, I'm here. I've been doing this for about little guys all the way up since 1974. And it gets to the point, sooner or later you say, well, how much you gonna give? I'm here for guys like Ben. It's contagious. That's the word I want to use. It's contagious. When Ben starts going on, it just gets contagious. He's that kind of guy. He wants to motivate. I mean, last year we were getting ready for the States, and of course he had a knee problem, and so he was out there and he was like a cheerleader, and he had the scrub defense beating up on our offense, and it was quite the go at it. And he was the main cause. Coaches really don't have their favorites, but he's one of the favorites. That's the best way I can tell you that.
Here at Game Day, we're proud to bring you unrivaled video coverage of local high school sports, all of it free for you to watch. These videos are not free for us to produce though. If you'd like to ensure that we can keep covering your school and your teams, there's a few ways that you can support us. Hit up our merch store and pick up some Game Day gear in your school colors. Our camera operators are always looking for those shirts and hoodies in the crowd, and you may see yourself on our next live stream. We get a lot of support from businesses in our community, and if you'd like to join them as a sponsor, send us a message and we can connect you with our advertising staff. Finally, The Day is the organization behind everything we do here at Game Day. If you want to support The Day's community journalism, consider a print or digital subscription at theday.com/subscribe.
The sun is finally setting on the far side of the field here at Griswold High School, but the sun is still bright on the prospects of Montville and Lyman. It's 2-2 as a Division II girls soccer champion is going to be crowned here in the first of 8 championship games to be broadcast on Game Day. Of course, after this one, you've got Bacon Academy and Woodstock in the Division I game. Tomorrow, the 2 boys championship games at Ledyard High School. Wednesday, 2 volleyball games at New London. And because we don't want to do anything simple, you might want to tune in tomorrow to the field hockey championships. Casey, you're doing boys soccer. How could you be at the field hockey championships? Well, I won't be. But this guy right behind me, he will be. First ever student tandem to be live on Game Day from Stonington High School, field hockey as well. So you got everything you want on Game Day. So, Colin, we're about to kick off the second half. What are your thoughts here going into half number 2? What should we expect?
I don't know if it's possible, Casey. I'm more excited for the second half than the first half. You got, once again, 2 perennial powerhouses, really the class of Division III and Division IV. Both teams having five first-team all-conference players on each team. So 5 out of 11 players, in Division III for the likes of Montville and Condash and Chung and Hudson, O'Donnell, Matty O'Donnell and Estelle. And then on the flip side for Lyman, 5 players as well. McKelvey, of course, Carpenter, Vol, Cardinale, and Ziegler. So really the class of these 2 divisions going at it, and once again, playing in the second year in a row in the ECC final.
Very heads-up play there from Myjack of Montville, because she sensed McKelvey and just delivered it right away outside. I'm just going to get it outside because McKelvey can't hurt me if the ball's 30 yards away.
Yeah, once again, I mean, it's not a mystery. Coach Perry knows it. Coach Beaupre knows it, and once again, Coach Morello knows it. She's the player that is the big difference maker on the Lyman side. So I'm wondering what adjustments might be made defensively for Montville to kind of, try to contain her. And then from, Coach Morello's side of things, how can he get other players more involved so they become, a more versatile attack? Lyman still playing in that 4-4-2 with kind of one withdrawal forward here in number 37. Is it 37?
Noah
Sod. Yeah, Noah Sod, right. So she kind of plays that false, as they call it, number 9, right, the false forward.
Kondash rips one just wide and had running on the far post a player as well, Chung. So Montville, that's a little different look than what we've seen, right? We had seen them playing the left side going that way, so still from the left side, but Chung running weak side onto the far post. Let's see if they think that might be something that they can exploit in the second half, because as you said, they really did favor the left side in the first half. Chung puts it back in the middle, playing a little 1-2 game with Kondash.
Well, I think teams recognize matchups just like it would in any other sport, right? You find the matchup that works best and you stick with it. Not that players are weaker or stronger, it's just matchups. You put the 6'7" guy against the 5'10" guy. I mean, it's not rocket science. So I think they saw that from that side. It was just a better matchup. But Montville is comfortable on both sides of the ball.
So McKelvey will take the throw in for Lyman. Now that's interesting to me that McKelvey takes the throw. You'd think they'd want to throw it onto her feet, but I'm guessing a lot of times she gets it right back coming in off the throw, putting her in scoring position right away.
Well, and sometimes your best players, like the likes of Messi, are the ones that aren't sitting in the box waiting the corner kick. They're the one taking the corner kick. They're just so skilled at putting the ball in the best place possible that it makes it easier on the other end. But to your point, yeah, a throw into someone's feet, right back to her, and guess what? Now she's unmarked. A lot of times they're not marking those throw-ins all the time. Like you look right there, no one's marking the thrower. You play it right back to her, now she has the ball at her feet. Where now, if you're throwing it to her in there, she might be amongst, 3 Montville players.
Chung had a chance there, stayed with it. That would have been a nice opportunity for Kondash, but well done by Lyman. Montville will throw it in quickly and play it out, transition through the defense.
And if you want to talk about some soccer 101 stuff again, people might say, well, I'm watching the broadcast here. Why didn't Ziegler just run onto that ball that was served? Ziegler recognized that she was offsides by a couple of yards. Had she run onto it, I think Robert Briones, the center official, would have called her offsides. The AR had his flag ready. So, that's part of it too. It's when the ball is actually kicked, right? There's no offsides in a throw-in, but
I'm really enjoying I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing from Montville. They play really lovely soccer. Their 3 offensive sets here in a row have been different than not only from each other, but from what they had success with in the first half. Really just beautifully done. 5 people touching the ball. I mean, that's gorgeous.
Well, if soccer was meant to be played, in the clouds, the ball would be in the air all the time, right? So soccer's meant to be played the ball on the floor. And if you mix it up, combination of air attack and ground attack, I think you'll create opportunities. On top of the fact that how many air balls, percentage-wise, are going to maintain your possession? Probably not many. Maybe like a 70-30. On the ground, it's probably more like, 90-10, 80-20. So it's much more, percentage-wise, keeping that ball when it's on the floor. And Montville does a great job. They're playing the ball in triangles, combination play, looking for opportunities. They've just made like 7 or 8 consecutive passes.
Oh, nice job. Carpenter in front. Chung had a chance. And Carpenter and Chung collide in front of the net.
Off the crossbar to Chung's foot. Just couldn't put enough on it to get around Carpenter there. But Chung is always, I feel like she's always in the right place at the right time and just couldn't get enough in that ball to finish it.
She's got game-playing savvy in all of the sports that she plays. She knows where to be, what to do. She just knows how to play games. I think it's something that is a skill or a talent that some people just have, where they just kind of innately understand, the angles and the flow of games, which is different than, learning them. You got to sometimes understand the flow.
Yeah, and I think, she's the kind of athlete that would be good at really any sport that she put her time and effort into. She's just athletically inclined. So whether it's soccer or basketball, which are kind of the 2 big sports, and arguably a better basketball player than a soccer player, which is scary, right?
Yep.
But I would imagine she's probably a pretty good ping pong player and croquet player. Right?
Exactly.
She's just good at those kinds of things. Just good, bodily kinesthetics.
Well, I'm going to make the link to 2 Montville names with that same concept. So one of Montville's assistant coaches is Alexis DeLucia. Alexis DeLucia, much like Chung, was a 3-sport athlete at Montville. She was an all-conference soccer player. She was a record-holding lacrosse player, played college lacrosse at Southern New Hampshire. When she was a freshman, she played basketball. She was a point guard. She didn't like basketball. She didn't want to know part of basketball, but she was so talented, she started as a freshman at point guard, gave up basketball to run indoor track and lettered in indoor track. But she's good at everything she plays. One of the greatest game players is the father of Katie Koenig. J.J. Koenig, who doesn't look like it, can play anything. You put a pool cue in his hand, he can play pool. Here's Chung in the corner looking to center it, and Carpenter's there. But J.J. Koenig can play anything. You put him on a basketball court, he can shoot it. I guarantee you, if you gave him a cricket mallet, he could play cricket. He's just incredibly good at games. And I think that's, what Chung is. But I have a feeling there's a few of these Montville girls in particular who are, multiple sport players. And you know how I feel about that. I know the same thing applies to Lyman, but I think that the kids who play multiple sports and find ways to bring the other skills into the sport they're playing at the time are usually the most successful.
And college coaches want to see that. And, while it's important to get reps in your sport, they want to see that. I look at like Ray Reed, and he'd always ask, when Tyler Lyman got recruited to go play at UConn, and Tyler played basketball, and Tyler could dunk a basketball, all these things, he would say, Ty, when are you playing your basketball game? I want to come watch you play, right? So they want to see you in those other sports, because they want to see the multi-sport aspect to it. And consequently, it keeps you healthier.
It does. 100% it does. The wear and tear off of specialization can be – we're starting to see the documented case of wear and tear for specialists.
And parents nowadays, they want an edge, right? So they put those players in the year-round sport, and it becomes a situation where they don't realize how detrimental it can be to burnout and injury.
McKelvey centers, chest ball from Noasad. That would have been a beautiful goal. It's hard to muster enough energy to create pace on that. That was a beautiful center from McKelvey, and I think Noasad got the worst of it trying to take that ball right there. She's a little nicked up. So one of the things I think is most important for the multiple sport athlete, and as we have multiple players down, Montville attending to Madison O'Donnell, one of the things we see with multiple sports is this. Let's use, pick your athlete. Let's use Lyman for an example. On the soccer field, he was probably always the best player. If not the best player, one of the best players. And so his struggles in soccer were limited. He was going to be elite. In basketball, he might just have been okay. He was going to go and play a team from New London or NFA or Fitch or some team who had people in basketball who were the hymns of soccer. And there you learn how to not be the best player and how to do other things. Even on his own team, he wasn't going to be the best basketball player. So he had to learn, what can I do to be a part of this team to make it better, right? We mentioned our man Patrick behind us. He's a 3-sport athlete. He is not the best player in all 3 sports. So you learn in each sport, what can I do to help my team win? I think that's lost sometimes on some of the kids that specialize. They're the best player all the way up until they get to that point, usually in college, where maybe they're not anymore, and they've never learned how to function on a team without being that. And then the ground comes really quickly, and the fall hurts a little more.
Well, I think it's also overcoming adversity too, right? So I think, there's a big jump from high school to college sports, and it's better for their mindset to play a sport where they're not maybe the guy, right, or the girl. And so I think that's important for them to understand those challenges that come with playing as not being, the All-American in that sport. So, and once again, to our point earlier, it is about that repetitive nature of those, those body mechanics, right? And you don't want to have those overuse injuries that occur by playing the same sport, 9, 10, 12 months a year.
Adversity is often the best coach and the best teacher. You learn more things about yourself in the struggles than you do in the successes. you look back, you had an incredibly successful career yourself as both a player and a coach. You look back now, and the losses are almost more fun to think about and reminisce about because you realize how much of your character was born in those moments.
Well, I don't remember how many wins I had exactly, but I can probably tell you exactly how many losses I've had in my career, right? And those sting more than the wins feel fantastic. I mean, I love the state championship. I love those big wins, and you remember those, but you learn a lot more. Once again, you win or you learn, right? You don't ever really lose. You learn from those things, and nothing, as I tell my athletes, and even students in the classrooms over the years, nothing grows in comfort. So you need to do things and be uncomfortable to be successful in life, on and off the field.
Hudson takes it down. Deflected center ball. Back to Chung. She whiffs. That was a tough one. That ball, I think, spun off, had that side spin off of her. It kind of skipped right over her foot.
And
coming
that's one
in the
thing
other
on
direction.
turf, too. Like on turf, that spin gets magnified. On grass, not as much. So you have to, it's almost like seeing a curveball in baseball. Watch the spin because you never know what that ball is going to do. And so that's tough for some of these athletes. And it definitely got the best of Chung there.
Which, by the way, is an interesting aspect of our Division I game. Grass teams versus turf teams.
Well, Bacon plays really well on their home field. It likens back to at Montville, but prior to our turf days, we used to call it playing in the pit, right? Affectionately known as the pit. The days of like the Edgley brothers and Murphy and those guys back in the day, we were just unstoppable in the pit, right? And then when the turf began coming out, it was like a new thing for teams. So they would often play on tennis courts sometimes to mimic, these turf fields that they didn't have access to. So there's definitely something to be said because turf has become the norm where grass has become, the rarity nowadays almost.
And those fast teams hate coming and playing on the grass.
Yes. Well, and possession teams too, right? Those possession teams, they miss the surface where it rolls true. We're on grass, bumps and ruts and mud.
Yep. People like predictability, and grass is unpredictable.
Right. And not having, rain in the past, I feel like 2 months, I think some of these grass fields are struggling right now. So, I think that might be a factor in this next game, With that being said, Woodstock does play in grass, but they play in a gorgeous grass field. I mean, you go up there to Woodstock, and their grass field is one of the best in the conference.
Yeah. So I was going to say that the interesting part is two grass teams on a turf field, but Woodstock's field much more replicates a turf surface.
Right.
Because I feel like it's the fairway of a really exclusive golf course, their turf.
Right. But to Burke's credit over at Bacon, done a good job kind of rectifying that grass field at Bacon because for years that was one of the worst grass fields in the conference, and it's gotten better over the years for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to give no praise whatsoever. I love Kevin Burke, but I'm giving no praise to the conditions of the fields at Bacon Academy. They're embarrassing, and the town should do what's right and get behind the proposition to bring new fields to Bacon Academy, and that's all I'm going to say about that because they do the best with what they have, but no one should be asked to do that.
No, and once again, when I praise Kevin Burke, based on what he has, right?
No, I love Berkey, and he works really hard, but that's my point. I don't want anybody hearing that they do good with what they have because that's going to lend some people to say, well, then they're good then, right? They don't need no. It's embarrassment what Bacon Academy's field conditions are like. There's no amount of hard work from any person that can make them serviceable for the kids. The kids deserve better. So,
well, they're long overdue for lights and turf, to be quite honest with you. I mean, to not have
a dangerous ball in front, but no one home from Montville, and out of this pack, looks like Ziegler will put it through, but Montville keeping the pressure on, keeping it right back in. Estelle kept it right back in, and Carpenter will clean it up and give a breather to Lyman.
And I'll just get off my soapbox after this, but you're absolutely right. Lights, turf, long overdue for that community, especially because they've had a long-standing tradition of success in those sports. Soccer, football. I mean, they've been a good, school for years and years and years. To not have Friday night football games, to not have those aspects that the student athletes really need is an embarrassment. So hopefully over the years, shortly, we'll have that happen at Bacon because they are certainly deserving.
And hopefully my son, who graduates this year, will be able to come back and watch those things despite never having them himself. McKelvey will throw it in. We are tied at 2 in a fabulous Division II girls soccer match here between the number 1 seeded Montville Wolves, the number 2 Lyman Memorial Bulldogs. Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney, the first of 2. The nightcap scheduled to go off at 7 o'clock the Bacon Academy Bobcats alongside the Woodstock Academy Centaurs. So it's the battle of the academies in tonight's game. Here it's been 2 goals by the dynamic Emily McKelvey for Lyman. Montville unfazed by going down 1-0 and then again going down 2-1, has tied things up twice and has started to become, I'd say, the aggressor offensively. Right now they're stuck a little bit in their own end.
Montville very patient on the attack, very comfortable holding the ball, kind of poking and prodding, trying to find those holes in the back end, and then sliding balls and whipping balls across. Haven't seen too many of those balls, Casey, that long ball, but it's nice to see them mix it up a little bit because, once again, if you get too comfortable in that style of attack, it makes it easier to defend. So I like how Montville is trying to vary the attack as they kind of move the ball down the field.
After this throw-in from Chung, I'll tell you sort of a layperson's observation that I've seen. So they're going to sub out. When Lyman has the ball, I look to see where McKelvey is. If she's near the ball, I think it's a scoring opportunity. If she's not near the ball, I don't even consider that they might score a goal. That might not be an accurate thing, but that's their game plan thus far has been, where is McKelvey? Nice shot on goal there, saved by Carpenter. On the other side of things, Montville, and it was just shown there by Hochdorfer, I feel like anytime Montville is at the 40 or in, they're in scoring mode because any player can initiate a scoring, sequence for them because everybody gets involved. So it's kind of like if I look and say, okay, there's McKelvey, where's the ball? Okay, Lyman's not really in a position to score. Montville, I feel like right here, if they get this touch, I feel like they're starting to move towards, an opportunity at a shot. They're so good. It's a different style, and it's nothing against Lyman at all. I think Lyman plays to its strengths, and when you have a player like McKelvey, you try to get her the ball as much as you can. But haven't seen anybody else really offensively inclined in the set that Lyman has.
Yeah, and to your point, Montville, on paper they're playing a 4-3-3, but it's really a non-traditional 4-3-3. They're really playing like a 3-1-3-3 because you look at, McKelvey, she's been man-marked the entire game. And right now you got my Jack on her. Wherever she goes, she's in her back pocket. So, it's kind of a 3-1-3-3, defensively as, McKelvey has someone on her all the time. And rightfully so. And she still has 2 goals to her name today. So it'd be interesting to see, if this game stays tied at that 2 apiece, does Montville push another player forward to create more opportunities, or are they comfortable going to overtime and potentially, beyond that?
That's a really excellent question. I think it's the mentality too of do you feel like you're the underdog, or do you feel like, right, on the road, it's like we want to try to win here. We don't want to go into overtime on the road. We don't want to go to penalty kicks against the better team. If I'm the better team, I want to play more soccer. You know what I mean? I don't want. So it's going to be interesting. I think that'll speak to the mentality.
Well, nobody wants to go to penalty kicks because then, that becomes a bit of a crapshoot, and then you probably give a slight edge just based on Carpenter's great ability back. And that doesn't not a shot at Sienna Gressley. She's a great keeper in her own right, but Carpenter just has a little bit more of that experience as a senior veteran. Carpenter, committing to Division II Flagler University in Florida. So she has a lot of that in her resume that would speak to maybe her having the slight edge on paper. No coach wants to go to penalty kicks. We want to finish this in regulation if we can. And there's also the health standpoint, right? I mean, this is an important game, but there's still more to play.
Yes.
There's the CIC tournament, and both teams, could potentially make a deep run.
There's the McKelvey with the ball. 3 defenders on her. Beautiful through ball. Gressley gets there first.
That was a close offside situation. I actually thought she might have been offsides. The AR on the side there thought she was on, but definitely a close one for sure.
We haven't seen much, but Cardinale that time, and we've seen her score as well. That time, McKelvey drew 3 people, right? So if you're going to send 3 to her, someone's going to be running on. And though that may have been offsides, I can see for sure Montville dedicating multiple people to McKelvey.
Right, and McKelvey's savvy enough that if she's going to recognize, listen, I've got 2-3 players on me, she's going to play that ball. She's not selfish in that regard. Now, if she's got a 1v1 or a breakaway, see you later, alligator. But when it comes to being, marked like that, she's going to find that white shirt that's open.
And the downside of the sun going down on the far side of the field is it's now 40 degrees colder than it was at game time. We need to get to turn the heat on in the press box.
Thankfully, one of the Griswold staffers here had the forward thinking to close the windows prior to that. In case
Not mine. Mine's still got a crack because of the wires. So you know what that means. That's right. The roof is open. It just means the sweatshirt's going on in between games. That's all.
Still waiting for my game day quarter zip there, Case.
That's Mike DeMoro's department.
I think that happens in year 10?
Yeah, it's your 10th anniversary present. It's like the gold watch when you retire. You get the 10th. We're halfway through the second half. No score yet in this half. 2-2. We are tied.
We made note of Phoebe Carpenter, who's committed to Flagler, down in Florida. And, no other official, committals on, Lyman's side. We imagine that, McKelvey will have something to say next year as a senior. On Montville's side, Allie Kondash is kind of deciding between UMass Boston and Worcester State. So some good decisions here. And then Nicole Huddy has committed to, verbally to Curry College. So we've got some college-bound athletes on both sides of the field.
Gressley with the boot, settled, and in the middle of the field, Koning put a nice body onto Vole. I think that's looks like it's going to be a McKelvey run. McKelvey, one-on-one in front, and just sails it wide low. Oh, McKelvey. She had Estelle on her hip. Estelle went down, and Emily McKelvey wants that one back because that was 2 inches from being inside the post instead of outside.
It's a really tough finish for her. I mean, she did a great job of even getting it near the frame. She had, Sienna Gressley did a great job coming out, cutting off that angle, and she really had nowhere else to put it. If she went near post, easy save for Sienna. Far post, only shot, but she couldn't get enough bend on it to get inside that far post. But great opportunity for Lyman there.
Tougher to get bend on the ball on the ground, right? So the ball, bends better in the air. That's physics. We know the atmosphere on the ball, but on the ground, it's tougher to curl it like that. You could see her push it it was on line the whole way, and it just was an inch wide. And I thought she was off.
Yeah. As well.
So I was surprised that there was a no call, but I think Montville, if that had been her third goal, Montville would have been up in arms because I think they also thought she was off.
2 questionable no calls in the last few minutes here on the offsides. One thing we're relying on AR, assistant referees, to make that call where the center official doesn't make that call so much. They look for the flag up on their sidelines. But I thought, I think that would have been an offsides call. That certainly would have been, up for review, at a higher level. Obviously,
sure.
They're not reviewing things here at the high school level. We don't have VAR.
Hey, come over, ask us. We'll give them the replay. That's a nice matchup. McKelvey comes out with it, but Montville definitely dedicating the physical nature of McKelvey as she banged right into Estelle. Those two, there's 2 all-conference players going right at each other.
Yeah, I was just about to say prior to that little breakaway from McKelvey that we've been kind of playing box-to-box, nothing really too dangerous. And then, before I could say that, McKelvey steps up and almost puts one away there for Lyman. But, yeah, you can see there's a lot more dedication to it. You can tell that Coach Parody and Coach Beaupre at halftime, really kind of emphasized, let's win this game, on our terms, and let's not lose on the foot of McKelvey. I like that Montville trying to switch fields and reverse it, but a little sloppy, and they turn it over.
That's the one-touch soccer right there that Montville had played in the first half. So beautiful. Nice overlaps, and they're really playing the spacing so well. That's going to get a flag. A little whistle action and no card, though. That was inadvertent.
Yeah, I mean, it's a soccer play, right? I mean, not everything. And I think that's, soccer 101 again for parents. I sit in a lot of bleachers of a lot of games, even watching my own daughter. And you hear some comments from fans, and it's just for lack of knowledge sometimes, right? It's okay to have 50-50 balls in contact. There's no raising of the arm, nothing malicious, not a cardable offense, right? It's a soccer play.
Look at Carpenter taking the free kick 40 yards out of her goal. And she drops it right in the box. Montville gets there in time to try to clear it, but McKelvey ended up knocking it out of bounds. I mean, I tell people all the time, run from one side of your yard to a ball and have someone run from the other side to the ball. And get there at the same time and both make contact with the ball and see if both of you stay on your feet. Someone generally, that's what happened. Someone's going to go to the ground, and we see that because soccer is played upright more than some other sports, even though players go to the turf routinely. When someone goes to the turf, we inevitably think there must have been some, foul play for that to happen, forgetting that, that's part of sports. Sports is played on the ground.
Well, and it's, football, right? It's a ball that's played upright, but on the ground is kind of part of the mentality and part of the culture of it. Men's lacrosse, same thing, right? So there's certain sports where it's kind of part of the culture.
McKelvey's going to get there first and just bangs it wide. She did not get solid contact, but you can't give her a step. She is so quick and fast. Understand the difference. There's a difference between quick and fast, and she's both.
Yeah, it's that 5-yard speed, right? It's that ability to get to that ball quicker than somebody else. And then there's that fast speed of, all right, once you get beyond 5 or 10 yards, see you later. She's gone. Like, she just has that initial burst and then the long-term 100-meter dash type of speed as well. So that's dangerous. And once again, Montville keeping somebody on her, but, it's like playing with fire. She's going to find a way to get through if you're just not mindful of that through ball.
I was about to say that someone got McKelvey'd because what happened, we all know that if they get a through ball to her, 50-yard dash, she's going to win. She's the sprint champion. What we saw there was 2 defenders on either one of her hips, and she was able to turn and take 2 steps and separate herself from them before they could turn. That's quickness. And once she had that step, she's good.
It's Gino Arama. We've got Diana.
And they don't.
Right? It's when I had
Montville starting. There's a chance in front. Carpenter comes out. Ball's up in the air.
I think back to Montville, we had Tyler Lyman and Jeff Trine. We had Tyler Lyman and Jeff Trine, and you didn't, right? So, yeah, when you have that kind of player like McKelvey, right now, I mean, she's the best player in the field right now. But Montville probably has a better team on paper. So it's really a unique, battle today and really intriguing to watch. And I think you've seen teams adjust to it. We're now 4 goals in the first half. We get 0 in the second half, and we get 12 minutes to play here. So it's
that's a nice one-time good ball strike by Koning. Just sailed high. But Katie Koning, that's the kind of ball that's so dangerous, right? Catching Carpenter coming forward. Tough ball to go back over. One of the things I noticed this year, the Grade 8 has supplied some wonderful highlights of not only the skills of some of these players, but also what are the problematic, what do we see trending from a keeper standpoint goal-wise? Getting a keeper moving forward and then that rainbow back over their head. And I say rainbow, but a lot of times it's a very strong shot. But that's the hardest thing for some of these keepers to do. It's the change of direction. They're great when they're on their line, right? They're great side to side, going up to, to save balls. But moving forward and going backwards is the hardest thing you can do.
100%. So line work, proximity to your line, on and off the line.
There's a dangerous ball in front. Oh, nicely poked away.
Probably
give all the credit in the world to Ziegler. All conference player for a reason. Becca Ziegler saved a goal that time for Lyman.
We talked a lot about Lyman's attack, but once again, the likes of Ziegler, and Carpenter in the back, they're a big reason why there's 11 shutouts this season on Lyman's side.
Nice touch. Koning, left foot, and just sails wide. I like what I'm seeing from Katie Koning. That's two different foot, right? Right foot, left foot. And she's put two very strong balls onto the goal, just wide of the frame. But that's an element Montville hasn't shown. All of their touches have been inside, 18. That's two balls from outside of the 18 that are dangerous. That's a little bit different element.
Yeah, and once again, as I said in the first half, as the game wears on, if it remains tied, you're going to see a different style of attack from both teams. And from Montville's standpoint, you're going to see that more direct style of play, right? It's quicker, it mixes it up, and they'll still possess the ball in the midfield, but they'll take some cracks at it. And those two great shots from Koning there. That ball, left-footed shot, bending away from Carpenter, that could very easily tuck into that far post. And that's a hard ball to save, even for the likes of Phoebe Carpenter.
We've seen better goalie play than ever before. We've seen better offensive play than ever before. Time to give a shout-out. You mentioned the defense and the shutouts for Lyman. Now is the time where these defenders are going to be asked to dig deep. Spot right on cue. McKelvey runs in and bangs into O'Donnell, and I think that's a good, I don't care about the whistle. O'Donnell did Maddie did the right thing by stopping McKelvey in her tracks.
Yeah, it is one of those things where it was an intentional foul. McKelvey plays around it and runs into Maddie. Maddie, wasn't trying to foul her, but what she doesn't realize is she might have potentially saved a goal there, and that's an okay foul from 30 yards out.
Yes.
You're looking at, 40, 50 yards away.
McKelvey, low ball on the ground. Those are, as a former keeper, I will tell you that ball right there, it was on the ground enough so that it wasn't as dangerous, but those skipping low balls, so hard to not give up a rebound. You want to be able to corral it. Rebounds are obviously what they're looking for, and those are like terrifying because you can see it the whole way. It's almost like a ground ball as an infielder that you have you have to almost time to think about it. I'd rather have the wicked line drive hit at me.
Yeah, and I think Maddie was more upset, Maddie O'Donnell, that she felt that she didn't try to commit a foul. It wasn't a foul. It was a foul, but what she probably didn't think about in the moment, that was a great tactical foul. That's where you want a foul.
Yes.
50 yards out,
yes.
Great foul.
Yes.
18 yards out, no bueno.
No, if that ball gets past her, though, if McKelvey gets past her,
right.
McKelvey's next touch is at the 20.
Yeah.
Right, so 30 yards out, and then her next touch after that is right in the doorstep.
Yeah.
So that was I thought absolutely, whether she knew that's where she was or not, it was absolutely the right thing. You cannot let that player get past you there.
Coach Parody, very happy with that foul, I can tell you that much. That's a great tactical foul, and I think as players get better and they work their way up in the ranks from high school, club, and college soccer, you begin to realize when it's okay to make those fouls. You're not going to foul out. I mean, obviously yellow cards are there, but you're not going to foul out. That's a great tactical foul, and I would make that foul all day, especially with McKelvey, on your heels.
One of my favorite things about these games is the text messages that I get throughout the course of the game. Usually it's my mom. My mom weighing in, asking me questions. She's very happy with the Soccer 101, so thank you for that. Other times it's friends from all over the place asking. And then, of course, you've got your proud grandparents and friends. I will say, without getting too specific, that Katie Koning's godfather is watching right now. He just had hip replacement surgery and can't walk up a flight of stairs, but he can watch game day from his living room. He's very proud of Koning's effort here.
I was waiting for the potential text message from JJ, and the body shaming potentially of that earlier comment. JJ is one of the better athletes I know, but honestly one of the funniest guys I know. So waiting for that,
The only thing funnier than JJ is his body shape. That's right, I said it. I hope he does text in. 6:39 remaining. Montville on the doorstep right now. This is where Montville is most dangerous. They're going to have a corner. The various touches that Montville, the like you said, the four-headed monster, right? Anybody at any time. But this is where Kondash and Hudson. So Hudson takes the corner in front. Dangerous ball. Oh, beautiful job by Lyman stepping in front of it. And a clear.
And there's that Lyman defense that doesn't get enough credit sometimes. You know, when you have a prolific scorer like McKelvey, I think we forget about that Lyman defense. Once again, 11 shutouts on the season, only 13 goals against, 57 goals for. So they are a very balanced offense and defensive squad. What they lack compared to Montville is just that great combination play and possession that Montville has. You know, Montville with, 42 goals for, but 28 against, with only 5 shutouts. But you can see why Lyman's been so successful. They have a really strong back four, really strong keeper, and then just that prolific attack with McKelvey leading the charge.
Something to be noted here. McKelvey, hands on her knees, bent over, catching her breath. She didn't go after that last through ball. She knew that it wasn't in play for her. But you can see, all of these players now trying to conserve a little bit of their battery, right? They want to have that last burst when it matters. They've put so much onto it. It's like, who has that extra little bit left in the tank? Right. And that's another thing about the great players, right? The great players find the reserves that the rest of us don't have.
Yeah, it's that second, third, fourth win, right? And I think that comes to how bad you want it, and that becomes what's between your ears, right? Not just what's in your lungs, right? And I think you're here for a reason, right? And these players are going to find that extra win, that extra gear when they need it to score that goal, to save that goal.
Ziegler, 2 defenders, however. She keeps it on her left foot. Can she find someone? No. Battle for the ball. Beautiful job. Wolves knock it off of Ziegler, and they'll have the throw.
You can see the level
Credit
of exhaustion.
O'Donnell.
You can see the level of exhaustion on their faces, right? 75 minutes in, you can see that exhaustion. You can see just the fatigue and just the general, exhaustion of these athletes so far in, knowing that if we don't have a goal in the next 4 minutes, that we are going to go extra time. So sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's hustle, sometimes it's just fitness. Looks like the center official, Robert Brion, is just checking on one of the Montville players.
And they'll attend to O'Donnell. That's Mackenzie O'Donnell. She looks like she's going to come off. We'll get a substitute in for her. Alexa Tufaris will come in. Nothing like coming into the game for one of your star defenders with 4 minutes remaining in a tie game in the ECC championship. No problem. I got this, coach. What do you want to bet? Because the sports gods have a sense of humor. You know that Tufaris is going to be involved in an important play here within the next minute. It's guaranteed.
Ball always finds you.
100%.
No matter what sport you're playing.
No, 100%.
You're the second baseman, comes off the bench, hasn't played in a week, and all of a sudden the next line drives at your face.
Oh yeah, no yeah. It's inevitable. It's just going to happen. You could face a team that hasn't hit a ball to the right side in 6 years, and you put that kid out in right field, and the first ball's getting hit out there.
The soccer gods will find you.
Oh, 100%. Nice touch. Speaking of Tufaris, right on cue.
Trial by fire.
And she'll take the throw. I like the physicality from Tufaris right there, battling for the ball. She's going to get the whistle, but I like that. You know what? That's another good whistle.
Well, and she's got plenty of energy and wind. She hasn't been playing for the last 77 minutes, so she's going to put max effort in and try to be a difference maker.
Carpenter, 40 yards out of her goal, takes the free kick. McKelvey got a flick head ball on it, but no one running on. Gressley cleans it up. Montville will look to transition coming out of their own end.
I like the quick transition from Gressley, but we got to make sure from Montville's standpoint that we find those numbers, because quick transitions are only good if we keep possession. And Sienna's another great keeper in her own right. Once again, 2 great keepers going at it today. But I'd like to find feet of Montville to maintain that possession.
Tufaris will have the throw. Montville side of things. They're threatening with 2.5 minutes remaining. Can they make another late run, late charge here? Try to get something onto the frame. There's Tafaris. And she's going to draw the whistle. That'll be a free kick for Montville in dangerous position. I mean, this is definitely going to be a set piece here for Montville. They'll call something out. This is where Kondash becomes very dangerous. She'll take the kick. So Kondash will have the free kick. About 25 yards away from Carpenter, the keeper. Two-man wall in front. Kondash puts it in front, right on the goal. A little late on the run in, and Carpenter, easy save to come off. And she tries to get it out to McKelvey. McKelvey tries basically to head it to herself, which she does. Puts it on goal. It's a foot race. Who's going to get there? It's McKelvey. McKelvey in front. And she scores! Hat trick! And Montville, with 124, got McKelvey'd.
You called it earlier, Case. You said, I feel a hat trick coming on. That was very prolific from her. I mean, great run. The fact that she had that third, fourth gear in the, roughly 78th minute of play is just incredible. I mean, she's got a motor.
To be clear about what we just saw, the keeper, Carpenter, punts the ball to midfield. McKelvey flicks a head ball to herself, runs on, one touches it, runs on, and beats three defenders and the keeper with an unsavable ball for the 3-2 lead. There are special players in this world, and Emily McKelvey is one of them.
And you know what? Sienna Gressa did everything right. Protected her near post, did a good job trying to get down low, but McKelvey slotted that ball perfectly around Sienna to, find that, go-ahead goal here with about a minute left.
Consider the transition. Montville went from a set piece looking to tie it and looking to take the lead, rather, and instead, off the set piece, Carpenter steps in, corrals it, and the next thing you know, the other direction, and Lyman with a 3-2 lead. It was 3-0 last year. It's 3-2 this year. The consistency of it all, Emily McKelvey.
And as I mentioned earlier, it's really hard to beat a team 3 times in a season. That's a tall task for a coach. It's a tall task for a team. And right now with 30 seconds to go, it's looking like if Lyman can hold on, that they might get that first win of the season against Montville.
24 seconds remaining in this one. Emily McKelvey has put Lyman in position to repeat as Division II girls soccer champions of the ECC. Montville has played brilliantly. McKelvey has played spectacularly.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better there, Case. I mean, Montville's played a tremendous brand of soccer today. I mean, they should not be hanging their heads today. They played great, beautiful soccer, clinical, surgical, whatever the term you want to use. But it came down to that McKelvey put this team on her shoulders today and found a way to win this match, for Lyman with 28 seconds to go, if it holds up.
Montville's going to need to do something special here. The clock's down to 20 seconds. Ball put back in. Settled. It's loose. Always dangerous. Who's going to get there first? Still in front. Still in front. A corner. 7 seconds remaining. 5, 3, last attempt. The Lyman Memorial Bulldogs have repeated as Division II champions of the ECC. A hat trick from Emily McKelvey and a 3-2 victory over the number 1 seeded Montville Wolves in a fabulous opener to championship week in the ECC.
Wow, I'm exhausted, Case. I mean, that was just a tremendous game. What we hoped, what we expected. Both sides did not disappoint. Montville went down early, 1-0. Unfazed, came back and forth soccer in the first half, 2-2 at the half, and then we wait until the last minute of soccer to get the game winner from Lyman. You know, a tale of two different styles, very direct play through McKelvey on Lyman's side, very calculated surgical attack from Montville. Both teams should be very proud of their accomplishments, and both teams should have a very, hopefully deep run in the CIC tournament starting later on this week.
Let's take a look at the Herculean effort of Emily McKelvey. Carpenter with the punt. There's McKelvey. Heads it into space. Runs on, beats one defender. Runs on, beats a second defender. Cuts it in, and through an impossible angle, beats Gressley. That is just brilliant. Now you're going to want to be reminded that at 7 o'clock tonight, Game 2, Bacon Academy in Woodstock. But also, you're going to want to stay tuned for the Philomena's Player of the Game Day, an interview with head coach Mark Morello of Lyman Memorial. Also, at Game Day CT on all our social medias later, you're going to want to watch the Play of the Game, sponsored by Scient. The Scient Play of the Game will be available to you on Game Day CT, and the Philomena's Player of the Game Day will be awarded as well. So the post-game awards will be handed out to Lyman and to Montville. And we will have on our social medias at Game Day CT the interview with the Game Day Player of the Game from Philomena's, as well as Coach Mark Morello. We'll be back at 7 o'clock. We'll keep the feed live, but Colin and I will be back to join you at 7 o'clock. And again, 3-2 Lyman in Game 1 of the ECC Championships.
Ninja. What part of New Hampshire?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Division II ECC champions, Lyman Memorial Bulldogs!
Sunapee? Are you near, Shedville, Vermont? Are you, by Lincoln? Are you by Lincoln? Okay. Lincoln's a nice town. Yeah. I mean, borderline city. Rich and I did the ice castles up there. Yeah, Brady! Yeah. That was pretty neat.
And your 2024 Most Outstanding Tournament Player goes to number 21, Emily McKelvey.
And I'm going to fade the black. 3, 2, 1.
The following is a presentation of The Day.
It's a battle of the academies in the ECC Division I Girls Soccer Final, live on the campus of Griswold High School as the number 1 seeded Bacon Academy Bobcats take on the number 2 seeded Woodstock Academy Centaurs. And all the action is live on Game Day. Game Day is brought to you by Waterford Dental Health. Gear up for Game Day with a winning smile from Waterford Dental Health. Located in Waterford, we're your go-to top-notch dental care in a relaxed, friendly setting. Whether you need a routine checkup, a cosmetic boost, advanced treatment, our experienced team has you covered. Enjoy the game with confidence and comfort. Schedule your appointment today at Waterford Dental Health, where your smile is our top priority. And Philomena's. It's always game day at Philomena's, southeastern Connecticut's go-to destination for events, fine food, great atmosphere. Remember, it's a great venue and a great menu, offering all new brunch foods, wing and drink specials, live music. Philomena's provides the premier atmosphere for viewing all your college and pro football. Everybody's family at Philomena's. Casey O'Neill, along with the coach Colin Delaney, we saw the Lyman Memorial Bulldogs pull off a mild upset to be the back-to-back Division II champions. And this one, Woodstock, here, I think some people might be surprised. Not so much you, Colin. They're taking on a defending state champion team, the Bacon Academy Bobcats. The Bobcats are banged up without 2 of their star players, but there's still plenty of star power on both of these 2 teams.
Yeah, just incredible depth on the Bacon Academy side. And coming off a state championship, a lot of times in high school soccer, you lose a big senior class or things of that nature, but they really relied on even some sophomores and juniors last year. So coming into this season, they had high expectations, definitely losing the likes of, Bailey Elliott and Alyssa Blanchette to some injuries. Is tough, but as juniors, they'll be back next season. But looking forward to a great match today.
Bacon Academy with Division I bound Audrey Palmer, Veronica Smith, Liz Glover, Caitlin Novak, a lot of seniors on this team, this defending state champion team. But on the other side, Woodstock, you were not surprised to see them make it here to this final.
No, not at all. I had the pleasure of watching a lot of soccer this year. My daughter plays in the conference as well for East Lyme, so I saw a lot of games, really top to bottom, and was not surprised with Woodstock's advancement here. They've really turned the corner this season. Coach Danforth, Woodstock Academy graduate and player herself, good soccer person, has really, developed a great mentality and culture on this team. And, I would say the turning point for them was probably, that 2-0 loss to Bacon Academy early in the season. And since then, both teams have evolved. And really, I think we're in what I think is going to be a special game tonight.
Bacon Academy in the blue uniforms with the fuchsia pink socks. Woodstock in the white. As always is the case, we like to feature the keepers early on, and there's a couple of very good ones. Queen Elizabeth, Liz Glover, the MVP of the state championship, out there for Bacon Academy as a senior, overcoming multiple injuries in her career. She's an outstanding soccer goalie and basketball player. And on the other side, Ellery Sampson, a long, lanky keeper for Woodstock Academy. So 2 fine keepers out there for both teams. And here in the early going, we'll see an early goal kick. Woodstock will take it. And there's Freya Robbie, one of their very good defensive players. You said that she's an anchor back there on the defensive line.
Yeah, Freya Robbie is a big player for Bacon Academy, and I think defenders often don't get the due that they deserve because they don't have the stats, the goals and assists. But really, Freya is a player that they rely heavily on from their standpoint. Freya is center back. She's an Indiana State commit, going to play soccer beyond high school here. First team all-conference this year, someone they really rely heavily as a center back for this Woodstock Academy team.
Mia Hegeman, one of the heroes of the semifinal game to get Bacon Academy here. Only a junior. Her brother Eddie, a fine player in his own right for the Bacon Academy boys. A lot of those, kids on both teams are multiple sport athletes, multiple sibling families where the kids have played on both sides. It's a fabulous matchup tonight. I expect both teams to get into this thing early. Bacon coming off of a state championship. I think this was a game that they had circled. They wanted to be conference champions as well in Division I, and I think for Woodstock, this is a chance to really show that they've come through what was the early test of their season and are really starting to turn it around. I shouldn't say turn it around, but finish after having turned it around.
Yeah, we're talking back on September 23rd, so a long time ago, more than a month ago, these two teams played. Talking to Coach Danforth and Coach Rafalo, both these coaches had said that these two teams have really evolved since then. They both use that word evolved, and I think that's a great word because you always want to improve from day to day, right? You don't want to plateau during the season, and these two teams have really shown that they're not plateauing. They're actually peaking at the right time.
Nice through ball by the Bobcats, stepped in and booted away. It looks like Woodstock very content playing the long ball out of the defensive zone. We've seen a couple of those already. Breaking through, Costa with an angle and shut down as she had a chance and will get a ball out of bounds. It'll be a throw-in. That was Veronica Smith. No, we're going to get the whistle. Whistle on the dangerous play. Veronica Smith there, you see, number 15. They call her V. V earned it. Nice defensive play on Costa, and Glover will take the kick from her goal. Big foot for Liz. Maddie Ives had it go off the shoulder out of bounds, and a throw-in coming here from Saucier.
Yeah, Costa had an advantage there down the end, but a little overzealous on the 50-50 ball and just kind of took the Bacon player down, and then, that ball coming out there. So, Costa is one that Woodstock Academy will definitely look towards. She's their goal scorer. She's kind of the engine that runs the show up top. And she's someone that, as a Southern New Hampshire University commit for next year, looking to play, college soccer, she's someone that Coach Danforth said they look for on the attacking end for sure. So, a little overzealous there, but certainly, we're okay with that foul in that final third.
There's Audrey Palmer. Speaking of college commits, Palmer moving on as well. One of many kids on this field right here. A lot of college commits already to go play soccer at the next level.
And more to come, Casey. We've had conversations with coaches and parents, and we have a number of kids that are on the verge of committing, have some ideas, haven't, yet wanted to make that public. But I would imagine in the coming days and weeks, you'll see more commits happening really across boys and girls soccer, this landscape, at this point in the year. Most kids are not waiting to the, decision days in February. They're having those conversations now, and even in junior years. I mean, the college commitment process has really changed and evolved over the years.
Palmer tried to sneak one through, and Rawson was there, pushes it back to Sampson, and Woodstock will transition off the back line here. The keeper, Sampson, with a punt that bounces and kept in by Bacon.
We're going to see probably two pretty similar styles of attack. They're both possession-based, moving the ball east to west across the field. You see a lot of, combination play, a lot of through balls. They're looking for the likes of, Costa on the attack for Woodstock, Hageman on the attack, for Bacon. A lot of good wheels and good options there on both sides of the ball.
Palmer fighting with it. Bacon has it, chipped in the middle. Weak side, Saucier for Woodstock will come and try to clear. She does. It'll be a throw-in for Bacon. I'd like to thank Woodstock for the brilliant white uniforms with the crystal clear numbers on the back that can be seen from miles away. I'd like to tell Bacon Academy that they're less legible. Let's just say that. They're beautiful uniforms that are really kind of hard to make out the numbers. Good thing that I recognize some of these young women from their gait, let's call it, because I can't read half the numbers.
The youth soccer days, right?
Once upon a time, I managed to not do too much damage to a number of these girls from a coaching standpoint. They unlearned what I had taught them. But I did have many of these girls in third grade back when they were starting their soccer careers.
I'd like to also thank Steve Cravino and the crew here at Griswold for turning off the sun.
Yes.
The sun was brutal in the first half.
It was so hard.
So we can actually see the players. So for your viewing pleasure, and also for just the great facilities here. We talked about it in the first game. Just really awesome, field project here, from the track to the field to the lights to the other athletic facilities here. Griswold hit a home run when it comes to athletic facilities here at Griswold.
Yeah, it's a beautiful facility and a completely different feel with the sun down and the lights on. This game has a whole different vibe to it than the early game did. If you are just tuning in now, the early game was a beautiful, absolutely beautiful 3-2 victory for Lyman over Montville in what was not only well contested but well played. But at the end of the day, Emily McKelvey was just more than Montville could handle. And in this one, we expect it to be a different style. We don't expect any one player to dominate the game the way McKelvey did. We do, however, expect multiple players to make impacts on this one.
Yeah, and it's not a shot at the Montville Lyman game at all. There's just, a lot more options on both sides for Bacon and for Woodstock. They're going to utilize a lot of different options on the attack. They move the ball well. You're going to see a lot of the Montville style possession on both sides, but they're not going to rely to that one player just to play through. There's a lot of weapons on both sides of the field.
Well, you just named like 8 college commits. That's
right.
part of it. You got more players in this game that are playing next level soccer. So, yeah, you're right. And when you listen to McKelvey talk, half of their roster, 2/3 of their roster are first-time players that had never gotten any real varsity time, never been on a varsity field. And Montville, had players out there that were older, but also kids that haven't played a lot of varsity soccer. So give credit. I thought that first game was as well played a game as we've seen in years.
Yeah, and we got to give credit to the defense here. We're talking about two teams that are very stingy in the defensive end. Bacon Academy has given up four goals all season long. That is just for some teams, that's a week's worth, right, or a couple games worth.
Sure.
And 13 shutouts. So credit to the back line, Coach Rafalo's back line, and a credit to, of course, Glover. And then on the other side, Woodstock, only 13 goals against, right? 13 shutouts for Bacon, 8 shutouts for Woodstock. So really, a really balanced attack and defense on both sides of the ball here in this Division I final.
Yeah, a 1-0 game here not only might be expected, but a 1-0 game will feel like whoever gets that first goal will feel like it's a 3-goal lead. It really is a lot. That's why this early going, technical and being fundamental in the early going is so important for both teams.
Both teams very patient right now. You don't see a lot of overreaction. You see a lot of just, tempered awareness on the field, some good ball movement, a couple opportunities here and there, but just really smart defensively, holding their shape. Bacon Academy in that 4-4-2, with a diamond in the middle, and, Woodstock also in a 4-4-2. So very similar shapes going back and forth on the field. So two well-coached teams.
Hageman is going to be somebody to watch. That was Lainey McElduff just banging into the Woodstock player, trying to get to the ball, step late. If there's a player out there who's going to do something individually, Hageman is a good candidate for that. Palmer's obviously a dynamic offensive player. Ives is a good offensive player as well. But if you're going to see someone who might get the ball, make a couple moves, make something happen with her feet, Hageman's a good candidate.
Yeah, because she can do it both ways. She can score goals, but she's also a great playmaker. I've seen her attack the end line. I've seen her dice up some players and whip some balls in, and I've seen her score. So she's quick, she's skillful on the ball, right foot, left foot. But once again, having a weapon like two-time All-Stater Audrey Palmer, Humane Commit, and the likes of, other players is certainly, once again, that 3 or 4-headed attack that they have. And the same can be said for Woodstock, right? Woodstock's got some, prolific scorers, Selmecki as a forward, Costa, so they have a number of players on both sides that really can be, a force to be reckoned with. So I would agree with you. This could easily be a 1-goal game, 2-1, 1-0. I doubt we're going to get 3-2. I think 5 goals is a lot for these two teams.
Yeah, it's not that I can't see, strange things happen. You can certainly see, but I don't think either team, if they had a lead at 2-1, they're going to go into turtle mode. they're going to play hardcore defensive soccer at that point. I think either team, I think 1-0, you're going to see, it's not, and you can explain it better, Soccer 101, to people at home, but there's different ways to play with a 1-0 lead, and both of these teams are comfortable playing in sort of a defensive-minded style that doesn't eliminate offense, but certainly puts the extra person on the defensive side.
Yeah, and both teams have done it, right? So collectively, you're looking at 21 shutouts between both teams, so they're comfortable with putting up a 0. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see 1-0 and then, for lack of a better term, one team kind of parking the bus. My only concern with that is an ECC final or state final, any kind of championship level game, that the other team is not going to be comfortable with a tie, right, or 1-0 loss. So they're going to play more direct brand of soccer down the stretch here to try to equalize that. So, it'll be different than they're used to, but definitely both teams are comfortable playing with a 1-goal lead.
In some ways, 2-0 is more likely than 1-0 for that reason, because you get down 1-0 and you see a team overextend in an effort to try to get that tie. I get it. Throw in here for Woodstock. They're playing on the far side. Stolen by Bacon. But a little too far. Sampson comfortably comes off of her line, and she'll transition the other way to Saucier.
I like the transition there. Too often we see keepers always booting the ball, right? But we've grown as a brand of soccer where keepers are comfortable with their feet, but also bowling the ball on the ground to keep the ball in possession, like Sampson did there. That just allows the team to possess right from the get-go and then transition to the attack. And so that's one transition you've seen probably from the likes of when you played, and I played with keepers. We just boot the ball.
Allard did a nice job with Woodstock. Now they have it. Woodstock puts it on a goal far post on a corner. On a cross, but nobody home on the weak side, and it'll be a goal kick for Bacon. And we talked about, the evolution of the keeper. Well, here's a good example. Liz Glover, who is a, powerful keeper in however she plays, she'll take the goal kicks, and you can see there, that's a weapon to have the ball go that far, and that's an easy 40, 50 yards off her foot.
Well, you got to remember, this field's 120 yards long, right? So it's the longest field you can get. It's from end zone to end zone, so 100 yards, quick math, add 20 yards, there's 120. So that ball on a conventional 110 or 115 is going to be at the half line. So she reached about 45 yards there, so that's an absolute boot. And once again, at this level, college coaches recruiting players, they want to see goalkeepers take their own kicks, right? They don't want the center back to come on and take the kick. They want to see a keeper that can distribute with their hands as well as with their feet.
Glover is an incredibly physical player. Basketball, she's a center, and she is a rebounding machine. She plays keeper with that same sort of aggression. Smith steps in, puts it back into the box onto, looking for Hageman, but it was intercepted there. Now back through the Bacon line, and Novak out to the outside. Caitlin, speaking of basketball players, Caitlin Novak, an outstanding basketball player. She'll be moving on to play college basketball.
A lot of multi-sport athletes. We talked about that in the first broadcast, and basketball being one of those sports where just, you see a lot of uber athletes, right? Basketball's a very athletic sport, jumping, running, shooting, so it's always great to see multi-sport athletes play, in these environments. You really kind of see what they bring to the table from an athletic standpoint.
I believe of the 10 rostered basketball players for Bacon Academy last year, 9 of them were on the girls' state championship soccer team.
It's not a big surprise. Your better athletes are going to, rise to the top. They're going to bring those teams up, and you can say that across a lot of sports. Boys and girls. It's the soccer, basketball, softball, baseball. They're playing multi sports. The days of specializing are still around. But I think people are realizing that it's not as crucial as it once was thought to be.
Woodstock controlling a little bit more of the ball here in the second part of the. So if we look at the 40-minute first half into 10-minute quarters, we are nearly 2 full quarters in. First quarter, Bacon possessed it a little more on their side. Second quarter, a little more Woodstock. Here comes Costa. Costa switches to the left, tries to get a step, but Smith stones her. Smith steps through and wins the battle for the ball. Beautiful job by Veronica Smith. She gets it out to Palmer, and Bacon will try to transition in the other direction. There's Hageman. Touch outside to Ives. But no one there in the middle of the field, and that's really not much. And that allows for a transition in the other way by Woodstock, and they'll give it to Saucier.
Yeah, we talk about Freya Robbie from Woodstock as a center back as kind of like the cool influence and the calming presence in the back, and the same thing can be said for Veronica Smith, in the back end for Bacon Academy. So once again, very similar and balanced styles on both sides. Same system, 4-4-2. prominent center backs on both sides, prominent scorers on both sides, prominent goalkeepers. I mean, really, this sets up for a great match between these two players. And from a soccer purist standpoint, could be a one-goal game. And I think that's what you look for in this championship environment.
A lot of all-conference players in these two teams.
Yeah, we're looking at, I think, 5 on Bacon's side, 2 on Woodstock, so 7 all-conference players on both sides. First team, Leah Costa. First team, Freya Robbie on Woodstock side. And then, of course, you've got Mia Hageman, Audrey Palmer, Lainey McDulph, Veronica Smith, and Elizabeth Gugler on Bacon's side.
In front and just a nudge. One more little bit. Instead, Sampson is able to come out and corral it. Bacon starting to turn up the possession game. And that'll be a handball. It'll go over to the Bobcats. Give Maddie Ives credit on that previous run. She did a lot of work to get herself free in front. It was very interesting talking with Emily McKelvey after game 1 and try to get into the mind of a prolific scorer. And I asked her about the last play, and her answer to it was very interesting. And I think as a player and coach, Colin, you'll understand, I think, just exactly what she was talking about. I said, I know you're humble, but to be clear, on that last play, you let the ball bounce off the punt from your keeper, flicked it to yourself with a head ball, one-touched it to space to run on, then put it into a second space, beat 2 defenders, and slipped it past the keeper with a hard low shot that actually overwhelmed, she got both hands on it. I said, is that something you're thinking about, or is that just being in the moment? Like, how do you make a play like that? And her answer was both honest and actually pretty insightful, which is it's everything that you just said. So some of it is just instinct, right? She said, I know that I can run on. Running on has been good to me, right? I'm fast. So any chance I can touch it out into space, I do. But I also know that statistically, that she's like, that keepers get beat. I beat keepers best low with one of 2 different. So it's a conscious choice once I'm there. But, in moments, it's a little bit of everything. Bacon with a throw. In front, Sampson comes off. Ball's loose, always dangerous. Bacon looking to get a foot on it. And no one home on the weak side for the Bobcats. But I thought it was very telling how part of it's instinct, part of it's just what what comes naturally, but also part of it is a thought process. Like, she's thinking to herself, if I get here, that's what I want to do. So there's strategy as well. And I think, when you look at the players we have out here tonight in this Division I game, you're seeing a lot of both, right? You're seeing a lot of thought, scouting, but also just a lot of natural instinct to play soccer. And there's our first goal of the game! Out of nowhere, Ives buries it on the one-time volley. Bobcats 1-0.
I don't know if that was Hageman who served that ball, but attacked the end line, pinged the ball across the box, and buried it one touch in the back of the net.
Well, it was actually prophetic. We were talking about how scorers score, some of it instinct, some of it scouting. I think that right there, I think Hageman, the playmaker, instinctive, and Ives, strategic. She knew where to be, and that was not an easy goal. That was a volley off the left foot, while moving on goal. That was beautifully done, and Bacon up 1-0.
I think the service is just as impressive. To slot that ball through traffic, attacking the end line, having the presence of mind to be patient for a moment, and then putting that ball across the box to the foot of your teammate is truly impressive. Then the redirection, and all the power's in the ball, right? So you're just redirecting that ball and allowing the power of the ball to just find the back of the net and to beat the keeper there. Great goal by Bacon Academy, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see something similar from a Woodstock. Once again, very similar style of play, but Bacon had some wheels in the attack there and found the early goal to make it 1-0.
Well, we had given Ives credit earlier for working in front of the net, right? Sometimes being in the frame and knowing where to be, like in hockey, right? Sometimes you get into positions for redirections, for volleys. She was in really good position, made that happen. There's Ariana Elliott.
So it'll be interesting to see how Woodstock responds. A lot of times you'll see teams, when they go down early like that, they kind of lose their identity for a moment and they start playing super direct. For fear of we just got scored upon. We have this sense of urgency now. I wouldn't suggest we change our mindset from Woodstock. They've been successful with the possession. We need to keep that up. Playing balls in the air is not going to do it against this back line of Bacon. Find possession, combination play, look for those opportunities through the back line.
Smith settles on the back line for the Bobcats, surveys the field. Inches her way up, puts it to Palmer. Palmer cuts back inside. Palmer, Hageman now. Hageman, through ball. Ives running on, and just a little bit late as Sampson comes off the line, scoops it up, and Woodstock will transition.
And that's Hageman's field vision right there, right? She's able to see where that ball needs to go. She slots it a little heavy on the touch, but a good idea slotting through the back four. And even, Veronica Smith, being patient in the back, finding Hageman and through. That went to 2 players, went over about 80 yards right there. So just really pinpoint passing the part of Bacon.
Throw in on the Bobcats, far side. Looks like that'll be Novak. And it'll be another throw. Bacon will inch its way forward. That one looks like to be off of Woodstock again. So Bacon just working its way up the field with throw-ins. Now they're in a spot where I think they're going to switch off of Novak because I think they're going to look for the long throw here.
Dangerous weapon. It almost becomes like a corner kick. You get these long throwers, in high school soccer. I've seen some on both sides where flip throws, long throws, into the box. It becomes like a restart.
Got a shoe. She got a shoelace. Shoe check.
You mentioned the fuchsia or the pink socks. And for those that aren't privy to why we see that so often in soccer during the month of October. October is, of course, Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And really, it feels like those socks are part of the uniform nowadays because they play so many games in October. It's like we just wear pink socks. And great cause, of course. A lot of teams wearing pink socks in October. And today, being one of the last games in October for the state tournament later on this week, the Bobcats are sporting those pink socks to bring more awareness to breast cancer research.
Yep, we've seen the football players. They love their opportunity to wear their pink as well. Mm-hmm. And one of my favorites, volleyball, because wears the dig pink. So we've seen them all. Yeah, boys soccer, girls soccer, volleyball, all the chance they can.
The Montville boys, they donate, I think it's $5 a goal in the month of October. They did last year. I think they donated, some matching donations, of course, with like $5,000 last year to the Susan G. Komen Foundation.
Outstanding. Simino puts it on to Glover. Glover goes low. Dangerous rebound, but not in a dangerous place. She turned her body and made sure that deflection went out where it would be really not a threat.
It's like a catcher blocking those pitches, the 60-foot pitch instead of 6 inches, blocking that pitch, keeping it out in front. And you're okay with that as long as you're keeping it outside the frame of the goal. And, of course, her experience is noteworthy there that she kept that ball away from a goal-scoring opportunity.
In the middle of the field, Bobcats looking to go back on the attack. Nice step in by Saucier for Woodstock. Woodstock looking to transition the other way. Bobcats with a 4 deep, though, line. 5 Bobcats back now to only 2 Centaurs. That's just simple math. Except when you have a turnover like that, but turned right back over. Nice poke. Coyle was doing work for Woodstock, but just from a sheer number standpoint, you're looking at 5 Bobcats, 2 Centaurs.
And really, Leah Costa, once again, great goal scorer, but, she had no numbers, and she's attacking 4 or 5 Bobcats. I don't like a Centaur's chance against 5 Bobcats, but in general, if she had held up and hold that ball for a moment, gather some more momentum from her teammates, and then maybe play that ball lateral to gain some more numbers, because really that's not a great situation against the Cindy defense like Bacon. They've only given up 4 goals. You're not going to score too many in a 5v1.
And so that's a good example of what I had talked about going into sort of the shell with a 1-goal lead, which Bacon is doing, with Hegeman still showing that there's chances here. Hegeman takes it down, looking for that left foot cross in front, and a nice little flick onto the goal, but not enough juice on it to get it past Sampson.
And that's a little bit what Montville was trying to do that last game. Attack the flanks, bring that ball across the box, attack the end line, play it negative. And Hegeman has been great at that all season long. You know, I've seen our fair share of those balls.
Smith does a beautiful job cutting off Selmecki. Selmecki looked like that was a chance for her, but a nice step in by Smith. And there's Smith again with a little foot poke, and Bacon clears. Saucier runs on.
Uncharacteristic, you know, clear from Veronica there. She played that ball back in the middle. That ball's got to stay wide. Thankfully, Bacon kept their shape and was able to get it back out. You know, because you got, once again, Costa and Coyle and Selmecki, you know, they're bound to make you pay on an errant pass like that. Thankfully, Bacon kept their shape and played the ball out wide again.
Palmer steps in with the steal. Yeah, Bacon's in like a 4-4-2, something along those lines, and it's really like 9 people back at any one moment. So they're not gonna get caught with fewer numbers. If they get a Hegeman, Ives run out of that, great. But you know, if you look, for example, where Palmer is, right? There's she's always erring on the side of the defensive side of things. If she can get involved on the offensive side, great. And that's one of their best goal scorers, right? So right now, Bacon is already showing with 11 and a half minutes remaining in the half that to score on them, you're going to have to find a way to match their 5 or 6 on the backside.
Well, really, it's just pace of play, right? So if you want to beat a back four that's so disciplined and kind of controlling their shape as you move it, you need to move it quicker and under control. So, like, there's an example. That's under control. So how fast can we move the ball east to west and play through balls through a gap in the back four to create those opportunities? So really, it's about precision movement, east to west, finding the holes against the back four. They're both playing a 4-4-2, so very similar style of offense. The flat back four, holding center mid, 2 outside mids, and attacking center mid. So that diamond in the middle with two front forwards. So in order to split that, you need to make sure you're moving it quickly, with precision.
Far side, Bacon grabs a possession. Novak steps in. There comes that. See, there's that transition. And Costa, 4 Bobcats, 1 Costa.
So I think you're going to need to have some patience out of Costa if they want to be successful today, because she's kind of playing that lone, target forward, which is great. But if she's looking to receive that ball in turn, she's just not going to be successful unless she gets lucky. So if she plays back to goal or side on, which means back to goal is literally back to goal or side on, where she can see the goal and what's coming to her, she can then lay that ball off, spin, and then receive the ball back through on a through ball. She's not going to be able to be the back four, Bacon plus a goalkeeper alone by herself. So I think a little bit of patience isn't needed for Costa in order to be more effective.
Sampson stays strong. Settles that and punts to the middle. Palmer. Nice job defensively, however, by Coyle. Palmer, though, stays vigilant. Palmer has it back in the middle, so dangerous. And tries to get it into the middle to a teammate, but not enough on it. Coming up the other way is Danis. Danis. Now Allard. Allard through the middle of the field. Allard, left foot, pops it towards Glover. And Glover, stout.
And one of the differences I see here, Case, slight differences here, is Bacon has been playing a lot of, one-touch, two-touch soccer in their possession. Woodstock taking 3 or 4 touches in possession. And that can be the difference for Bacon, because it's a lot easier to adjust your shape when the ball's not moving rapidly from 1 touch to 2 touch. It's a lot more difficult if players are playing the balls quicker, right? Which I think Bacon's been doing. They're not taking a lot of touches. It's receive, pass, 1 touch. There's a lot of dribbling going on from Woodstock's standpoint. If they can maximize they're moving off the ball to create some opportunities. That way, I think you'll be able to see some holes in the back line of Bacon.
Bobcats. That was McElduff who just lost it just over the end line. I don't know if you saw the throw. We've already seen Glover's foot. That time she threw it 40 yards. So, I mean, that's why she's an all-conference player. That's why she's a goalie that's, anchored them through a state championship. She can do a lot of different things. There's a funny story about Liz. When I was coaching the 7th grade travel basketball team for the boys, we have a fun, inner squad with the 7th grade girls team. Let's go out and play. 3 of my starting big men came off the floor and said, I don't want to play against Liz anymore. She's beating me up in there. She's just she was throwing elbows and banging, and she revels for that physicality. I think that's why she was born to be a center and a keeper.
Some things are innate, some things people are kind of built for, and it's always great when you see someone be comfortable enough with their own skin, their own abilities, and pick the position that suits them best.
Yep, Caitlin Novak was beating everybody off the dribble, and Liz was bodying them up, and my 7th grade boys wanted no part of it. Now 4 of them are in the student section right now, and I won't out them, but there's 4 of them in the student section right now. Saucier. I've been very impressed with Saucier for Woodstock. I think she's had a real calming presence on them. Her and Robbie together have both sort of had that, even though they're down 1-0, there's no anxiety in their game.
Yeah, you can see that, and that what comes with that, Casey, is just seeing the field, right? I always tell players when I coach them, always check your shoulders, whether you're on the ball or not. The more informed you are, the more confident you'll be and the less anxiety you'll have when you see the ball. Otherwise, what do? You just kick it away because you want to be the person who loses the ball, right, or makes a mistake. So the most informed players oftentimes are the most calm and collected players. And you see that from Saucier big time. You see that from Robbie big time. So the better players are the ones that really just have a knack for seeing the field and have good soccer IQ.
It's funny that you say that. I've often joked about my having 4 former football players and 3 felons as my defensive mates. I led the conference in PKs against because my defense was tackling people literally. But we did not have a skilled defense. Our defenders just looked to clear, body and clear. We didn't have a super skilled set. One time, our most skilled player was an offensive player named Ricky Alfred, who was an outstanding attacker. He led the team in goals, had a bunch. Sampson's going to come off our line and corral this. So one time, we were playing a team, and Ricky said, I want to play defense this game, coach. Just give me a chance to go back there and play. And we saw what a true soccer player can do when you take a great skilled player. Now, his skills had always been on offense. We put him on defense, and he showed this whole other world that existed on defense. He put people in incredible positions to succeed defensively. He never panicked. He never ran up and gave the kickball boot. Everything was a touch and a settle and a pass. And I was like, oh, can I have 5 more of him, please?
It really is. It likens itself to like a quarterback in football. They really kind of set the table for the offense. They sit back, they see the field, they can control the shape of the team, they can tuck people in, push people out. So if you get someone who knows their stuff back there, it's a game changer. And I think oftentimes we're so concerned with goals and assists that people don't realize that a good defender, a good center back is worth their weight in gold.
And not surprising, we have a couple of all-conference ones, right? Veronica Smith and Freya Robbie are both fabulous anchors on the defensive line. Smith, physically, I've watched Veronica grow up, and she's now a physical presence there, too. So you look at Bacon, and that's without Alyssa Blanchett on the field, who's also physically imposing. Bacon's got a very physically imposing team in addition to being a strong, they're a solid team, but physically, they are an imposing group.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Veronica is not just an imposing person from a size standpoint and just a physical ability. She's an intelligent player. She sees the field really well. She's respected by her teammates. You look at right there. She didn't dive in right there, right? She's holding her own. She's defending without being in their back pocket.
There's a rebound in front. Glover stones a second one. Oh, what a beautiful save by Glover. She gave up the rebound. That was the first mistake. She doesn't normally do that, but she gave up the rebound, and Favreau was point blank in front. Favreau put it on, but Queen Elizabeth held the throne. 1-0 Bobcats still. 3 minutes remaining here in the first half.
Probably Woodstock's best chance so far. Uncharacteristic drop, by Glover there. And, thankfully she has the presence of mind to get right back up and smother the next opportunity, cuts off the angle, and forces the ball wide. So, uncharacteristic as you mentioned, but the great players find a way to stifle the second chance opportunities as well. Tough one for Woodstock. They're going to want that one back.
That was a little lazy from Bacon defensively because, again, you got the numbers and you allowed a Woodstock player to get that ball on frame in the first place. Yeah, Glover should have corralled it. She normally does. But that ball shouldn't get on frame in the first place when you've got, 5v1.
Well, it's the age-old thing, right? Hustle beats talent when talent doesn't hustle. So I think Bacon was just so used to Glover gobbling those things up, right? We had no issues, but you always assume the worst here, right? Even for the best players, because the one time they do make a mistake, because we're human, we make mistakes, that could lead to chaos. So good job by Glover in the end.
Veronica Smith, long throw. Comes back out. Smith corrals it with the left foot, going to put it back in, and that's going to result in a corner kick for Bacon as it goes off of Woodstock. Robbie was there, but it goes off her backside, so it'll be a corner. It looks like Elliott coming up from her defensive position to take the corner. So this right here might be as vulnerable as Bacon is as well. If this corner doesn't work out transition-wise, yes, there's two defenders standing at midfield, but this is, putting a defender up to take the corner is a risk.
It's a risk, but at the same time, it's pretty common, because you're taking a defender who's not normally in the attack, which allows you to keep another attacker forward as a goal-scoring opportunity. I like it to, what East Lyme does, and that's just because I know the team. My daughter actually takes the corner kicks for East Lyme, and she's an outside back. And that allows your attacking players to stay forward to finish those opportunities. So, and I think Bacon's good enough defensively that they transition well, where I'm not too concerned about them getting back with three. They're not going to stretch that extra player. But it's not uncommon for an outside back or back player to take those restarts.
Clock down to under a minute remaining. Bacon was content to try to get that ball just out of their zone and resettle. Woodstock looked to mount the attack. Not much came of it. Sampson, and maybe time for one more sort of offensive run if Woodstock can get something through their back line here with under 30 seconds remaining in the half. Down to 10 seconds remaining in the half. Unlikely that we'll see either team be able to get off a shot before the end of this thing, but certainly Costa's going to try. 1 second. Costa, and no. Well defended by the Bobcats, and that'll take us into halftime as we are 1-0. Bobcats on top. A beautiful goal from Maddie Ives in the first half. Put the Bobcats up on top 1-0. And that's where we stand here at halftime. Let's see if we can take a look at that first goal from the Bobcats. Beautiful ball, and that was just lights out stuff as Hageman put it right onto the foot of Ives for the goal. Beautifully done. 1-0 Bacon. And, all right, thoughts on what you saw in the first half?
I think it's a very calculated attack from Bacon. They've gone both sides, right? So they've gone right flank, left flank. Most times on the foot of Hageman, who is just a great knack of finding her, her teammates' feet. She's had a number of serves. That was an opportunity right there. Puts the burners on, attacks the end line, pings it across. One touch by Ives to finish. So really, really kind of impressed with Bacon's attack. From a Woodstock standpoint, similar style attack in terms of possession, but kind of similar to Lyman, very much down the middle to their goal scorer, to Costa. I'd like to see them use the lateral side of the field more, east and west. Costa be a little bit more patient, wait for some players to join her the attack, because it's hard to beat those back four of Bacon +1. So we'll see if there's some adjustments made in the second half, but two, great teams going at it. Look forward to the next half and see who comes out on top in the ECC final.
Well, it's 8 minutes remaining here in halftime, and we will take a look at the save by Glover that kept it 1-0. There it is. She stoned the second one, and that's what's kept it 1-0 here. We're at halftime. We'll be back with second half action on the other side. You're watching Game Day live on Day.com.
It's time for Game Day's Grade 8 Plays of the Week. What a special year for New London soccer and the dynamic Nico Churis, the senior captain, with the amazing game-winning goal against St. Bernard's. First time since 1977, they are the #1 seed. Whalers, a soccer school. At number 7, Marina Lewandowski, Stonington Field Hockey. Penalty stroke at overtime, rips it. They beat East Lyme in the final game of the season to clinch a regular season tie. It's backwards day in Griswold. Look at Carly Rubino get it and save it, and Summer McLean both backwards to save the ball. Wow. At number 5, Quinn Sumner of Killingly loves his man. I am Peyton Wallace. Get your feet down, Peyton. At number 4, Bacon Academy's Eddie Hegeman. First, he's going to show the wheels to get to the through ball. Settle, stop on a dime, reverse left foot, slip it past the goalie. Bacon having a fabulous year. Remember Cam Dickinson's Olympico kick? Well, Maggie Dykes goes, how about a lefty Olympico? Look at Dykes squeak it in against Waterford. Can't make it up. At number 2, Noah Keenan, Montville Soccer. He's going to take the pass and head down into the corner. Perfect place for a cross, except Keenan with the impossible angle says, I got this for the goal. But at number 1, a candidate for Play of the Year, Jacob Schrage, Stonington football against Plainfield, and well, this is just stupid good. How many guys did he get to miss? Schrage. Wow, that is a great play, and those are your Grade 8 Plays of the Week. Send us your best plays, and maybe you can make next week's Grade 8.
Dimitri's a young man. His sophomore now, was elected captain by his peers and coaching staff, and he's somebody that we've been leaning on here. While he's still a young person, he's a guy who the kids are drawn to.
Coach pulled me, Arian, Aiden, and Hector, some of the other seniors on this team, over to his house, and we had a dinner together. And he basically just told us that we were captains. In the moment, I felt honored to be, already honored to be such a big part of a Montville team. And then, honestly, hearing that I was a captain, I was so proud, I was so happy. As soon as I got home, I told my mom.
It was a little, maybe because I'm a little bit older, having a sophomore be a guy, at the head of the leadership council was not something I was, exactly prepared for, perhaps, but we asked a great deal of him as a freshman, and I think he's more than earned the opportunity to lead this team. But one of the things that I think is most impressive about Dimitri might be the way he interacts with the entire student body at Montville High School, because he's a young man who, while he stands out physically, he doesn't only associate with athletes or in his case, advanced placement students. He really, it seems like everybody in this building has a relationship with him, and that's, really special this day and age, I think, for a kid like him to be able to relate to so many different people.
I try to fit in with groups all over. I try to make friends with whoever I can, nice to everybody I can be. Honestly, just kind of be an upbeat, kind of happy person to everybody I encounter.
I felt, like perhaps I was taking too big of a risk by making him play as much as we did as a freshman, starting, on both sides of the ball as a 9th grader on the varsity, and him taking a lot of lumps. Like, he had a lot of mistakes and a lot of failure. But one of the things, as soon as I talked to him, at the end of that season, his ability to process adversity as a good thing for his development And for him to not come in and just have instant, overwhelming success is how he's building this whole thing for us. You know, he's a guy now who, because he endured what the rest of the roster endured, he's trying to bring them along each step.
Hopefully with practice this year and throughout the next couple of years, the young guys start learning, picking things up, and then throughout the next couple of years, maybe we can make it to a couple championships, you know, with these young guys. We got a couple young guys with some talent. We got a couple young guys with some potential, so hopefully they can put it together. We can work hard throughout the couple summers and, you know, make something happen.
He's a hard-working kid. I mean, at home, they own one of the largest farms, beef farms and everything in Connecticut, and he's working all the time.
I got 1,100 head dairy farm. We have 1,100 cows, and we try to manage that in the seasons that I'm not playing football or wrestling.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4.
My dad helps me a lot during in and out of football, like before school. It's always, you gotta go feed him. It's kind of always been a responsibility in my life.
I know him since he was a freshman here, and he came with the Wheeler bunch, and I couldn't expect a kid to work any harder.
When we kind of made the co-op, it was weird to me that, like, I never saw these kids, I never knew them. We have a tight bond. It's kind of like we'll walk into the school, like if we're playing another sport, like our track team, they run with Griswold, so whenever we see each other, it's always, hey, how's it going? It's always friendly.
You ever been like in the stands for a Wheeler Griswold basketball game?
Yeah. Yeah, I have. It's kind of weird. They always ask me who I'm rooting for before the games, and I always tell them whoever's winning. I mean, that's as easy as it is. So.
Well, he started last year, and he's captain this year, but he was what I used to call the swing man. He played almost every position in case somebody went down on the offensive line, and I used him on some defense, so he's been a good ball player. I'll tell you what, I'm here, I've been doing this for about, little guys all the way up since 1974. And it gets to the point, sooner or later you say, well, how much you gonna give? I'm here for guys like Ben. It's contagious. That's the word I want to use. It's contagious. When Ben starts going on, it just gets contagious. He's that kind of guy. He wants to motivate. I mean, last year we were getting ready for the States, and of course he had a knee problem, and so he was out there and he was like a cheerleader, and he had the scrub defense beating up on our offense, and it was quite the go at it. And he was the main cause. Coaches really don't have their favorites, but he's one of the favorites. That's the best way I can tell you that.
We're at halftime, but not for much longer. 20 seconds remaining before we're back in action. The Bacon Academy Bobcats on top of the Woodstock Academy Centaurs in the Battle of the Academies in the Division I Girls Soccer Championship. Here on game day, Casey O'Neill along with Colin Delaney. And, you know, we talked a little bit about these two schools. Now, they do both play on grass, though a very different form of grass. They do both play on grass. This turf has not seemed to affect, either of them negatively. They both seem very comfortable. The Bobcats with the 1-0 lead. Woodstock with one giant opportunity missed. What do you expect to see here in the second half?
I expect to see, pretty similar styles. I think, from a Woodstock standpoint, as I said before, can they temper their counterattacks and build numbers? Bacon does a great job of building attack through possession, and it's not just this, off to the races approach. I think because Woodstock has relied so heavily on the likes of Leah Costa, that sometimes when Leah gets that ball in the attack, she's not playing to look to possess, she's playing looking to score. And I think against Bacon, you need to be smart about that because they have a very stingy back line and stingy keeper. So I would like to see a little more patience from Leah on the attacking end for Woodstock. And from Bacon, I think it's just, rinse, repeat. You've been successful with this, stingy defense, moving the ball well. You've had more opportunities than Woodstock has, so why not change until you feel you need to? So we'll see how the half plays out, but once again, two really solid teams going at it here in this ECC Division I final.
Centaurs in the white, going right to left now, playing it through the middle of the field. Coyle touches out wide. Then inside, they were looking to get it to Selmecki, but Bobcats step in.
I think because they're also keying a lot on Leah Costa as well, right? Can we get Coyle more involved in the attack? She's a goal scorer for Woodstock. Can we get Selmecki more involved in the attack from a goal scoring standpoint? They've been involved in the possession side of things, but can they get more involved? Can we try to attack the flanks, attack the end lines, much like Hageman and Bacon has done in the first half, just to look at some different looks? They've been very much down the middle of the field. I think if they build the attack, and shrink the field, because you look at their back line compared to their front line, it's just loads of space. Can we shrink the field together? What I mean by that is push your back line up with your attack, and that way there's less space to move around. It just allows for more compact style of attack and more opportunities. Bacon's done a great job of that. Their back line has stepped to that line and shrunk the field so that everyone can kind of get involved in the attack.
Out of bounds. Throw-in will come from Allard, Woodstock. And through, and Smith for Bacon. Back to Danis.
I think there's something to be said, too, for Bacon's experience, right? I think last year, having the success they had in the state tournament and just kind of the presence of mind in these big games is a lot. I mean, not that Woodstock is short on experience in these situations, but Bacon has just the extra experience of the 5 games in the state tournament last year, the state championship. Those kind of things speak dividends in these big games.
Woodstock mounting something here in front. Selmecki had it, plays it back. Bacon being a little, I feel like a little lazy, allowing those one touches through in places where shots are possible. So here comes transition the other way. Hageman and fires it over the top off the football crossbar, and that'll be a goal kick for Woodstock.
Yeah, I like the idea by Hageman there. That ball is going to beat the keeper on that far post if it dips down. It's a little too high, of course, off the football crossbar, but I like the idea. She's been so, they've been so aware for attacking the end line. She's mixing the attack there. So I think they're expecting her to take that touch around the outside, and this time she just rips that shot just a little too high.
Danis comes out with it for Woodstock. That ball's in a dangerous spot, one-on-one. Novak, though, gets there first and gets it back to the middle of the field, and the Bobcats, Palmer, sends it up ahead. They're trying to get it to Hageman.
Yeah, I think to your point, a little lackadaisical on the part of Bacon Academy's defense there. If that ball's a foot higher and Costa can run onto it, that's going to be super dangerous, and that could be an equalizer there. So they need to be mindful that, it's a 1-goal lead here. We need to maintain our composure and be smart in the back, and not that not being smart, but just be a little more urgent on the attack there because, things can change in a flash, especially with some, big-time goal scorers that Woodstock has.
Knox back to Costa, and Costa's going to draw the whistle on Ari Pennington. So here's a free kick for Woodstock just outside the 20-yard line of the football field, so about 32 yards away from Liz Glover, who anchors her line here for the Bobcats.
I can see a little bender just inside the 18, just over like Veronica Smith, just in that area would be a good spot to place this ball.
Robbie will take it. Robbie instead puts it on, and Glover lets it sail on the short side, near post, out of bounds. It'll be a goal kick for the Bobcats.
I'd be surprised if that was her intent because there's really nobody over there. I think that was just a miss hit. I think she's looking to kind of bend that ball, as I mentioned, over like Veronica Smith in the area. You want your defenders to kind of turn towards their own goal, right? You don't want to put it in front of them. Those are easy to defend. Just enough over the back line so everyone's running onto it, including the defenders.
Woodstock starting to control possession a little bit more here in the early part of the second half. Bacon again. And this is the danger, right? Bacon's got everybody back. They're in that defensive shell. They seem content on playing it out of the back, trying to get it to Hegeman, letting Hegeman and Ives work a little two-person game. But in the process, it feels like a little bit of the defensive intensity has been replaced.
Yeah, I would say that a little bit. You know, you're coming off that half where you really kind of controlled most of it and had more chances. But now we're seeing a little more from Woodstock controlling the pace of play. I would just like to see more attackers from Woodstock in that final third. You know, you see a lot of that cost there, but can we get an additional attack along with it? I wouldn't be surprised if Coach Danforth, if this score stays as it is for a while, eventually push up into maybe a 4-3-3 and adding one more attacker.
There goes Hegeman, looking for a through ball to Ives, and Sampson comes off the line, corrals it, transitions the other direction now. Woodstock carrying, putting it onto the foot of Selmecki. Costa shut off nicely by McElduff.
A lot of good communication on the part of Bacon here. You can see a lot of communication about who's matching up with who, where's our shape. So that's a sign of a really veteran team in terms of communicating where we need to be and just keeping our shape where it is collectively as a team, because really it's about those 11 players.
I think that one surprised Glover a little bit. She didn't really feel comfortable with it, but she knocks it down, and she's going to punt this one.
Well, and it's been the coldest it's been in a while, so I think that ball is a little harder than they're used to. You know, Bacon plays mostly day games. You know, they don't have lights at home. So I think you see a lot of that. And plus, you know, the ball's coming off this turf. It's cold out there. I mean, when that sun dropped, I mean, gosh, it felt like it was December.
Yes.
So I think this is a change of you know, climate for these players, and so it's uncharacteristic for her to drop those balls. But if I'm Woodstock, I'm going to pepper her because we've seen it twice now.
Good point. And keep in mind also a 7:20 start, which is a lot later. And so it's colder, it's later. Absolutely.
Got a lot of first world problems, Casey.
Pennington lets one fly. Sampson with the save. Woodstock back on the transition here with Rawson. And that's a dangerous through ball. You see Costa running onto that. Costa wins it. Costa left foot deflected. Back out it goes to Knox. And a nice job by Pennington to get a foot on it. But Knox maintains it until Palmer intercepts. Now Palmer to Hegeman. Hegeman, nifty footwork, keeps it in, plays it back to Pennington, who bangs it up ahead looking for Ives.
That's that Kreif turn that Mr. DeMora loves so much. I actually should have mentioned to earlier, that's one of Hegeman's great moves. You know, that would be if he had a counter at home, you know, that's a great person to take a Kreif count if you are our friend Mike DeMora. Referring to our friend Johan Kreif for those out there who don't know the Kreif term.
I know, I realize that not everyone realizes. We've been talking about it for 4 years now.
The Dutch footballer, one of Mr. DeMoro's favorites.
Hegeman nifty, but loses it out of bounds, and it'll be a throw for Woodstock taken by Mia Dazuski, otherwise known as Just Lily.
Just Lily. Just Lily, and don't forget Scott's Kid.
Scott's Kid. Scott's Kid's had a fabulous half so far for the Bobcats. And Just Lily with a throw for Woodstock. If the folks at home, you don't know what we're talking about, it's the pregame introductions were difficult for the poor announcer who was trying to pronounce a name that, was not the easiest thing to pronounce. So. Saucier. Veronica Smith does another fabulous job, though, stepping in, settling without any real anxiety. I think I use anxiety because you see certain players as they approach the ball, whether it's the punt away or the kickball kick, or just the body language, which suggests an uncomfortable, feeling. When you look at someone like Robbie on the Woodstock side, Veronica Smith on the Bacon side, there's just no anxiety. It's just they're just so matter of fact in the way they approach it. It lends confidence to their teammates.
The players who experience the most anxiety in the field are ones who play down the middle of the field as center midfield players, right? Because they have to check north, south, east, and west. The defensive players, and not to knock, Robbie or any of those players, they see the field from like a catcher's perspective, right? They see the whole field. It's a little bit easier to be, more confident on the ball. But really, it comes down to your experience and your ability to check your shoulders and see what's in front of you, see what's around you. And those players, look like a Hageman. She plays in the middle of the park, and she's just so collected and just so, fearless and informed that she often looks just like so seamless.
Pop up to Sampson. Again, for the people at home, until you've played, for example, goal, and you've stood in a goal, and you realize how much is in front of you. You have to see, there's so much to see, and all the parts are moving, and you're trying to anticipate who's going to get to the ball first. What angle do I want to try to get to? Where do I want to position myself? And the farther up the field you get, the less you have in front of you.
It's a red zone situation, right? So it becomes more difficult because you have less space to work with. That's why it's so crucial that your back line, your back four shrinks the field, which provides less space for the offense to work in. You often see those teams that play sweepers give opportunities to the attack because there's more space to work in. So that's why that flat four is so crucial when you play together. And they step. So as Bacon plays the ball forward, that back line should be stepping with them to shrink the field. And I think oftentimes when teams don't do that, it creates more opportunities for a lethal counterattack, right? So if Bacon didn't step up there, then Woodstock has an opportunity that most teams wouldn't. So it's important to kind of move up and back and east and west together.
Smith, beautifully done. Palmer in the middle of the field. Out in front, Ives won't be able to get there, but that seems to be what Bacon is very content with right now. With that 1-0 lead, nothing defensively. Get it to Palmer in the middle of the field, and if she can get it to Hegeman or running on with Ives, great, but they're not really looking for a big-time offensive piece. They're just looking to kind of contain. Novak on the outside. She'll have a throw.
And I would be very content to play it to Maddie Ives. I've seen her play for many, many years. She's played soccer with my daughter, club soccer. She's a very pacey player. She can be a wide player. She can be a top player. She can get that through ball. So I would be very content playing it to Maddie, even despite her being a sophomore. She's seasoned and a goal-scoring threat all the time. So that's a great 1-2 punch from a Hageman to an Ives for sure.
Hegeman has it here. Tried to get nifty. Instead, back Palmer. Touches to the right. One more time. Cuts it back. Looking to get it back to Hegeman. Hegeman now switches it over. McElduff lets it one rip, and Sampson is there to go down and corral and move on. But Bacon will be perfectly content with that right there, right? Just, keeping kind of Woodstock in its own defensive end. McElduff turns it over the other direction. Now Novak trying to get there. Novak cuts in front of Selmecki, and Novak forces the ball out of bounds, so Selmecki wins that one, and Woodstock will have a throw on the near side. Costa tosses it in. Bacon looks to clear. And playing it back is Saucier. Saucier loses it to Palmer. Palmer tries to reverse field, but stepped back in. So Saucier and Palmer kind of going at each other a little bit in the middle of the field. Two very skilled players.
Woodstock doing a much better job of possession in the second half. I've seen just a different approach to it, a little more calm and collective approach. They've kept the ball on the ground a bit more and a little bit more patient, and you're seeing more numbers on the attack. We talked about, Lyman with, their better players doing throw-in. Same thing with Costa. She's making that throw-in to receive that ball back so they can maintain the possession. So definitely see a difference in Woodstock attack here in the second half, trying to kind of maintain that possession and working together, getting the ball forward collectively rather than just playing balls through to Costa.
25 under 24 and a half minutes here in the ball game. 1-0 Bacon Academy on a first half goal from Maddie Ives from Mia Hegeman. Woodstock will have a throw on the far side. Lyman Memorial, back-to-back Division II champions with a 3-2 win over Montville in the first game. Tomorrow, 4:30 and 7 o'clock at Ledyard High School, the boys will take center stage and the two championship games where we will see another defending state champion roll into the ECC finals, school you're a bit familiar with. And if I had told you earlier this year that East Lyme, off of last year's state championship, was going to roll in undefeated, I don't know how many people would have believed me with the iconic program players that they had to replace. It's one thing to replace seniors; you got to do it every year. But Robbie Stoddard's an iconic player. He's one of those guys. He's a generational player for you, and a program player. And they replaced a couple of guys like that. That Viking team still playing really well. Here comes Costa on a race with Smith. And what a nice, subtle job Smith does. Again, no anxiety, just shifts her body, gets in front, slows it down, and allows Glover to come off her line.
Yeah, I would have been surprised if you said, hey, East Lyme's going to come in undefeated after a Class L state championship run. I mean, they had a brutal, opponent list, likes of Cheshire in the state, tournament last year and so on. But I wouldn't have been surprised if you said they would have made a run to the ECC final, because that junior class last year is a special group of boys, and just in general, they had a lot of players underneath them that really were big parts of that run. So undefeated, yeah, that's a tall task for anyone, right? But not surprised they made a run this year. They still had a special group of boys, as underclassmen last year.
In the Division II game, I'll be very happy to watch the New London Whalers. It's been since 1977 that they've had a #1 division-winning team. That'll be a lot of fun to watch them. Some very talented players on both sides there. Montville, it's interesting the teams that kind of repeat, show up and get there improbably. Some of them, others are expected to be there. I think we expected East Lyme. I don't know that we expected Montville. I don't know that we expected Woodstock.
Yeah, I think when you build cultures over the years, your programs find a way to win, right? So, the program that Wally has built over the years, you expect them to make runs. You're not ever really shocked, Montville has created a pedigree of that over the years. I think Woodstock is always, you never know. They're a big soccer school, from that standpoint. So I don't think you're ever shocked, but certainly, we've seen these teams year in, year out. Bacon, Woodstock, East Lyme, Montville. London Whalers, knowing what they had last year is not a surprise, but it's good to see them, right? Because they've really built that culture up over the last couple of years. I mean, last year when I saw them play, those kids were darn good. And they all returned this year, the likes of Nico Churis and so on. I mean, they're a talented group of boys. So looking forward to that game tomorrow for sure.
Well, you had a lot to do with the cultures of two of the schools that you mentioned that were there. Certainly, East Lyme and Montville both. I had nothing to do with the culture of New London. But you're right. What's great about New London, and we'll have plenty of time to talk about them tomorrow night, they represent everything that's good. 10 different countries represented on that New London team. An absolute melting pot of kids and backgrounds, and it's wonderful to see.
It is, and I've talked to athletic director Phil Orby over there in New London. He's super proud of this team. I'm talking to him even last year when they made a run. He's just really proud of what they're able to build and giving those kids opportunities. A lot of them are kids that are new to even the country, right? And so giving them the opportunities while holding them to high academic standards, right? Phil is really big on giving kids opportunities but holding them to high standards. He's always been that way, even as a baseball coach in Montville. So I'm proud of that based on my relationship with Phil and what he's brought back to New London as a New London guy, so to speak. And it's really nice to see these kids play the sport they love so much. It's a great brand, and I think that team is like quadlingual. There's so many kids in that team that speak things other than English. It's just good to see them bring it all together and play a great brand of soccer and representing, Whaler Nation.
Nice throw in by Novak to Ives. Woodstock kind of taking a little more control here now, possession-wise. We've seen more from them. Here comes another one, but basically at the end of this thing, it's been Veronica Smith back there that's prevented more. I know that Ives had the goal. I know that Hegeman, has been dazzling. I know Palmer's been great in the middle, and of course Glover with that huge save. But I don't know that anybody has played a better game thus far than Veronica Smith back on anchoring that defensive line.
Well, I just love their shape. I mean, it's just textbook shape in the back. So it's just this crescent, right? So the strong side steps up and then off their shoulder, then it's flat, right? So as the ball moves, you watch that back four, it's like poetry in motion. They're constantly moving, constantly communicating, and Veronica Smith is the one that controls all that.
Novak with the steal. Nice job. Novak's part of that defensive unit as well. The 13 shutouts comes from and I think you hit on something that I don't know that we talk about enough, right? Which is the communication. They are never out of position. There's never two people going to the same person, right? There's always people marking somebody. The communication between that back group, and it's no surprise that it's a senior-laden back group.
Well, and you're only as good as the person next to you. And if one person is not in line, it means someone stays on sides potentially, or there's a gap that's created. So they're constantly moving east to west together. So, there's even drills where they actually tie bungees to players, and as they move across, they have to stay together and move across the field. So it's really important that they're always in lockstep, because you can't have four across the field that stays the same gaps. You have to constantly move and shift with the strong movement of the ball. So strong side to weak side. And, watch their back four when they're defending. It's really, nice to see their discipline.
Well, we are more than halfway through the second half. Time is not yet a concern, but Woodstock certainly has to up the urgency, and I think you're going to start seeing that, if we haven't already seen that. Taking a little more chances, maybe sending another additional player into the offensive mix.
Well, they don't need to right now, Casey, because what I don't like about what Bacon's doing is they are possessing the ball in the wrong half of the field right now. So they are playing very complacent, in terms of getting the ball forward. They're going away from what's been their bread and butter, which is their attacking side of the field. And once again, they're super talented defensively, but you don't want to rely on that in a game like this. Can you get the ball forward, and can you possess it from 30 to 30, 40 to 40, rather than, in your back third? Because one mistake in the back third is going to yield a goal-scoring opportunity for one of many talented attacking Woodstock players.
Bacon had a little something there. They turn it over now. The Bobcats in the middle of the field. Palmer. Now McElduff, who has controlled the ball well. Nice step through, though, and step in. Selmecki tried to pop it through to Costa. Novak got a piece, and Smith helps clear.
I like the idea from Selmecki. You don't like the timing of it. Slotted ball, great. Little bend to it, great. But you had one attacking player again on the back four of Bacon, and they're holding that high line. And it's just not going to get through. I don't care how fast Leah Costa is. I've been happier with the way that they've been a little more patient in getting players forward, but I think it's a timing of it.
Woodstock operating on the far side. There'll be a throw-in on the far sideline by the Centaurs. See number 8 there for Bacon, Quinn Guntulis, a freshman, getting some valuable playing time here in the championship game.
That's how programs are built, right? If you can get some of those younger players time in these big games, it's worth its weight in gold here as players begin to develop. And then when they come back in subsequent years, it really just, aids their ability to play in these matchups.
Sometimes, when you're young too, and you come into a team, you don't realize how hard it is to win. I mean, I heard you say earlier, how hard it is to win a state championship. And I'll share with you what I mean in a moment after we see Woodstock off the foot, so they'll get a throw. When I was a freshman at Lyman High School, when I was in 8th grade, the baseball team had lost in the state championship. When I was a freshman, the baseball team lost in the state championship. I was the starting second baseman as a sophomore, and we won the state championship. I thought to myself, this is what you do. You play in state championships. And then the next year, we got knocked out in the first round, and then the next year, we didn't even, I realized, oh, wow, it's really, really hard. But we had a group of guys who were again, generational players, Brian Mercado, Bobby Nena, Bobby Russell, guys who were unbelievable. Then it occurred to me like, oh, wow, it really is hard to win a state championship. And so right now, Bacon had this amazing group of girls. They went on this incredible run last year, and they're still incredibly talented, but it's hard. This is, winning is hard.
I mean, for as good as East Lyman has been over the years, right? One of the best mentors as a coach, and then became a colleague and a friend, Paul Christensen, affectionately known as Wally. He'd tell me early on, we had some early success in Montville, going to state semifinals against East Catholic and losing to the eventual state championship. East Catholic won that year. He'd say to me things like, hey, don't take it for granted. Build every year. It's not easy. You may never get back to a state semifinal. There's guys who coach 30 years and never sniff a final. And we were fortunate enough to win one at one point. But I took that conversation to heart because it is super hard. Wally has won 2 state championships in 37 years. And they've been prolific programs, right? So, you can't take it for granted. It's sometimes being lucky more than it is being good. And there's a lot of parity in the game of soccer. There's so many players in the field that you could have the best player in the field, but it ultimately comes down to those 11 players and how they really work together.
And winning a tournament is very different than winning a game or winning a regular season. To win a tournament, it requires a little bit of luck. The draw, who's healthy, styles of play. I remember Fitch a couple years ago went on that great run with Jay Wolfrad as the coach, where and Doyle back, and he said when he got their draw, we're going to make the finals. And this is a 500 team in the ECC because they were an incredibly defensive team, and he just saw the run that he had, and the elite team that they had to play, the high seed, was a team he knew they could match up with defensively. They won that game 1-0, and they ended up going out. So there's a lot to it, right? You got to get lucky. You have to have a game where maybe you don't play your best and you find a way to win, or a game where you play someone who might be better and they don't play their best, or little things. I don't know that Wally. I saw last year how much he embodied what you just said. How much he understood and appreciated how special that was.
Yeah, that's the best team in school history. And there's been some good teams, and I would argue that there's probably been some teams over the years that were better on paper than maybe the team that won the previous state championship at East Lyme. But it's a little bit of luck, a little bit of skill, and you just never know based on the draws, as you mentioned before. It's one of those crapshoots sometimes, and it's also peaking at the right time. That's a big part of it too, and injuries and everything else play a part into it. It's a long season.
Bacon Academy with a 1-0 lead here, 11:30 remaining in the ball game. The Bobcats got a goal from Maddie Ives in the first half on a feed from Mia Hegeman, and it's been nothing but Bobcat defense since then. Woodstock had a chance in the first half, but Liz Glover made the one big save that she's had to make thus far, and here in the second half, Bacon has been very content to play on the other half of the field. They have been, I think, too content to play the turtle shell defense in the second half.
Yeah, they're parking that proverbial bus, and they feel very comfortable doing it. And we talked about that earlier, that this could be a one-goal game because they feel very comfortable about, kind of defending that one-goal lead. They've had, 13 shutouts this season, 4 goals against. That's incredible. And while that's great on paper, they've got to finish the game here without a goal here. And I think that Woodstock, to their credit, has seen that opportunity. They put some dangerous balls in there. Can they find the one piece to break through?
Oh, here's a good chance for Woodstock, but a nice step through by Novak. Beautiful play by Caitlin Novak. And Hegeman working, making Woodstock play it back through the end. And Guntillis was a step late there. And there's Veronica Smith, puts it right back onto the Woodstock side of things. And there's that communication, right? Smith came up, maybe got a little bit more forward than she wanted to be. Novak slipped in, took her spot, was there to stop Woodstock in its tracks. Under 10 minutes now, 9:40 remaining. Woodstock puts a low ground ball onto Glover, but that's not going to faze her.
Seen a little change in the Bacon Academy shape. They were playing that traditional 4-4-2. Now you're seeing kind of more of a 4-2-3-1. So you have 2 kind of holding center mids the 3 kind of attacking mids and then 1 lone attacker up top. That's kind of indicative to a more defensive shape. Now, with that being said, that could morph into a 4-3-3, right? Where then your other outside midfielders join the lone attacker. But really, you've seen, I think from Coach Rafala, he's feeling pretty comfortable about keeping those 5 midfielders in check there, which has been really kind of stifling most of Woodstock's attack in the second half.
I don't want to see Bacon get into this kick volley defensive approach either. They're so good at possessing the ball, and every time they put that ball up in the air to clear, it's just anybody's opportunity. Costa, great look. Coyle steps in, and another defensive effort from Smith and Novak.
And Coyle's been open on this weak side a few times. I would like to see that ball played sooner. I would have loved to see Coyle take a one-touch shot there. I think that second touch allowed Bacon to kind of close her down. I would love to see a one-touch shot because they haven't had much closer shots than that this half.
Violet Molino working on the sideline for Bacon. Banged out of bounds. Palmer earns the possession here, and it's going to be off her, so Woodstock will have a throw. No, Bacon will throw. Bacon will take its time. 8 minutes remaining here in the ball game. Bobcats on top 1-0. Novak, very strong thrower, but I think she's going to be content to play this one right into Hegeman if I had to guess. Palmer, I would have 1 for 2. Nifty move by Palmer. Looking up for Ives. Back it goes.
So I think Bacon's going away from their possession a little bit once they get over the half. I've seen a lot of, direct balls, which was uncharacteristic of them in the first half. I think if you get Hageman more involved, I think you'll see her kind of create some more plays. But a lot of times Bacon's been very comfortable just knocking balls into the back end of Woodstock, and that's not going to create opportunities. They're going to just receive it and play it right back in. So I would like to see them play the way they did in the first half and maintain some possession in the attacking half of the field.
I mean, right now it's one person for the Bobcats, versus 5 defensively, 4 defensively. Right now it's 5, right? So it's not much is going to happen.
No. Well, that's that 4-2-3-1, right? Unless you're outside mids in that 3, a 4-2-3-1, get forward and join the lone attacker, it's just going to be a 1v4, 1v5, and that's not going to create opportunities. And that's why Bacon's been kind of sitting back in this half, which I worry about a little bit because Woodstock has been threatening. The only thing that Bacon has in their favor is the clock. 6 minutes to go. If they don't find a way to get through Woodstock, it's going to be that 1-0, but you never know. There's a lot of time left.
And Smith, again, very calmly uses her body. That one, that was an anxiety ball for me. You have Costa running on. She's very skilled. The keeper's not coming off her line. That's you, one-on-one, and Smith just shielded her with her body. Very calmly moved it out.
And those are dangerous from a keeper standpoint because it's just a toe poke away. And Costa's savvy enough that she doesn't need to wind up and rock one. If she gets, daylight and toe pokes the ball, keeper won't even see that coming. And those are very hard balls to save. If I'm Bacon, I'm keeping this ball away from my 18, in front of the 20, 30-yard line if I can. You don't want to put your defense under duress right now with, 5-6 minutes to play.
And I'm definitely seeing more urgency out of Woodstock than I am Bacon. And I think if Mike DeMoro is watching right now, I think toe poke is now going to be in the top 5 of the lexicon for Mikey D, because I enjoy it. I think that's a fine term. Yeah, only because McKelvey used the same term in the interview. She referenced the toe poke as well.
Yeah, and then you even get the weak foot toe poke, which really catches the goalkeeper off balance, right?
Can you do a Cruyff turn into a weak kick toe poke? Can you do that?
Yeah, you can. I think the toe poke is more like under a dribble, right? When they're not expecting it, or a situation where you're not going to wind up, and those are really hard, honestly, for a keeper to kind of defend because it comes out of nowhere. It's an uncharacteristic shot.
Ives 1-on-3, but enough that's going to eat some clock down here in the Woodstock end.
So I'm Bacon here. I'm just trying to just load this area and keep it in the half here. The more you can keep in this half, the better you're off. They're not going to score from their own half. Just keep the ball in this half. Just possess the heck out of it. You're so talented with the ball. Don't change your identity with 5 minutes to go here because you're going to find yourself potentially in a goal-tying situation.
4:30 remaining in the ball game. Bobcats on top 1-0. You can see the urgency now from Woodstock. They know they have to hustle to every ball, every throw in. And for Bacon, I agree. Get this ball into the middle of the field, get it to McElduff, and allow some possession. And don't allow Costa to just slip through. Get people to possess it in the middle of the field.
And your midfielders right now for Bacon are working overtime. They're up and down, up and down. And, you know, you worry about the fitness level of doing this over the course of 80 minutes. They've been able to weather it, but get the ball to Hageman's foot. She's the person that you trust with the ball to control things and see the field really well. And then allow players around her to build the attack and just put numbers in your attacking half of the field, then possess the ball. Don't possess in your back end because you're one errant pass away from a counterattack that could end up tying this game.
And this is where every out of bounds for Woodstock is so difficult because Bacon will take their time and eat the clock. Great step in by Smith there. But Bacon, just again, they're content bang right now, kickball. They really need to try to get possession. And here's the chance to do that. Palmer puts a through ball on. That's a good clock eater, though. If this was hockey, that'd be icing.
To your point, though, you know, if there's an egregious or deliberate, you know, game delaying, Tanner Glantz, center official, does have the right to stop the clock and restart it on his time. Because in high school soccer, as you know, there's no extra time. You go based on the clock on the field. But if there's an egregious or time-wasting opportunity, he will actually stop the clock. I've seen it happen time and time again. Balls out, you know, getting multiple guys. Oh, you throw it. No, you throw it. And so he has the ability to do that. Doesn't happen often. But if it is egregious enough, he can stop the clock.
Hegeman tried to go through to Ives, really just trying again to ice the puck right now because this is the danger Bacon is facing. One of these times Costa is going to get to that ball. I have a feeling Glover's going to have to make one more save before this thing is through. And a whistle.
Icing.
That's what I was really thinking. I was like, neutral zone face-off? Or? But that whistle appears to be against Woodstock. So Bacon's going to have the free kick, and with 2 minutes remaining, they are going to take their time. Veronica Smith with the kick. A nice job by Woodstock. Can they catch Bacon in a little change? Costa, one-on-one with Smith. And, Veronica Smith, beautiful defensive play right there. She has been the stalwart all game, once again, right on top of it.
Solid for sure. You know,
Costa puts it in front. Glover comes up, realized that would have been a corner kick. That's a smart play by Glover.
So if I'm Bacon, I am getting the ball to one of the corners. I'm burying it in the corner. I'm shielding it near the corner flag, and I'm just killing time that way. With 2 minutes to go, 1 minute to go, you don't want to waste time back here.
All right, whistle on Novak. Here's a chance for Woodstock. Costa's going to take the direct kick. Novak got the whistle on a trip. We're going to be at a minute when Costa strikes this ball. Woodstock's best chance in a while to tie this thing at 1. We're under a minute before Costa takes the kick. Glover stands midline, waiting. Costa approaches. High arcer, back post. And out of bounds, I believe that's going to be a corner. It is. Clock ticking, 40 seconds remaining. Woodstock needs to hustle.
Still plenty of time here, but if they can get the corner kick off and maybe a second chance, they got to move.
30 seconds before the corner. Low in front, ball's loose, cleared by Smith. And it gets through Woodstock. 22 seconds remaining. Danis outside for Woodstock. And a clock eater. That's going to be enough, I think, as the ball sails out of bounds with 10. Woodstock running out of clock. 6. I don't think they'll have time to get anything off. 3, 2. The Bacon Academy Bobcats are your Division I ECC champions. Shutout number 14 for the Bacon defense. Goalie Liz Glover. The goal in the first half from Maddie Ives held up, and the Bobcats are the champions of Division I.
Great game, top to bottom. We said it prior to the game. Wouldn't be surprised with a one-goal victory either way. Very impressed with Bacon Academy's defense in this game for sure. You know, that goal from Ives, from Hageman was fantastic, but just a credit to their bend but don't break mentality from Bacon Academy's side, and the likes of the defense led by Veronica Smith.
Well, you're going to want to stay tuned for all of our social media at Game Day CT for the Scient top play of the game, as well as the interview with the Philomena's player of the game day. And we'll have Coach Matt Rafala's interview as well as the Bacon Academy girls 1-0 on top of Woodstock. It has been a fabulous night here. 3-2 Lyman in the first, 1-0 Bacon in the second. We're going to do it all again tomorrow night at Ledyard, the boys' finals, Colin. But put a quick recap on it because I got to go down and do some interviews.
Yeah, you know, just two great games today, Casey. I mean, 3-2, Lyman over Montville, you know, repeat champions. You got Bacon Academy coming off a state championship. Probably didn't, you know, have a lot of people think they would make this run, especially without, you know, two of their prolific players and the likes of, you know, Bailey Elliott and Alyssa Blanchette, but came through just incredibly talented top to bottom. Great offensively, just really impressed with the Bacon Academy defense, giving up only 4 goals in the season. Veronica Smith led this team to victory today in the back end, and just, you know, really thrilled to join you today for another, you know, 2 great games here of ECC girls soccer.
Well, we'll keep it live for you to watch the ceremonies, but I'm going to head down to the field. Remember, on all of our social medias at Game Day CT, stay looking out for the interviews with the player of the game as well as the coach. And join us tomorrow night at 4:30 and then 7 o'clock for the boys' finals action at Ledyard High School. For all of those tuning in, one night down, a couple more to go. Championship week in the ECC, all on Game Day.
Casey O'Neill.
I was knocking on the door for you, big dogs, trying to get your attention.
Oh, man.
I missed you, buddy.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great game. Your ECC Division I Girls Soccer Champions, Bacon Academy. Give it up for Bacon Academy. Your most outstanding player of the match, Veronica Veronica Smith. Congratulations, Veronica Smith. Thank you, everybody, and have a great night. Have a safe drive home.